Kowalski. I'm the first vice chair for the TPB, filling in right now for our chairman, Charles Allen, who will be joining us, I understand, at some point during this work session. We are here to review projects proposed to be included in the regional air quality conformity analysis that staff will be performing before we adopt an updated long-range transportation plan for the region. There is no quorum requirement, so we will forego a roll call for attendance. We will use the same format as last time, where Stacy will facilitate comments and questions from members to the transportation agency staffs as part of our review. We will begin where we left off last month, which is a review of the projects proposed by the state and local jurisdictions starting in Maryland. After that, we will briefly go back to Virginia, the District of Columbia, and other regional projects. We do have a hard stop at 11:50, so we can begin the monthly TPB meeting at noon. So if at all possible, I request that our comments and questions be as brief as possible to allow participation by everyone. So with that, I will say let's get started. Conti, can you briefly review the documents that were provided to us for this work session?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chair. Happy to do that. As Leo will bring up a few slides. Last week, we posted some additional materials for your use, not just for today's work session, but also for the coming month, as each of you continue to review the projects that have been proposed to be included first in the regional air quality conformity analysis, and then next year in the region's updated long-range transportation plan. There was quite a bit of information provided, and hopefully you all have had time to review it. We posted it last week, but I will briefly provide an overview of the documents that are available. Next slide, please. I will start with an acknowledgement and thanks to the more than 50 staff members from your transportation departments and transit agencies across the region who have worked closely with us since January to compile all of the information we have to date on all of the projects proposed to be part of Visualize 2045. I've been working with TPB on long-range plan for about 25 years now. And I should say that from my 25 years of working, the project description forums and the changes made to the project submission this year has been the most extensive. And your staff's cooperation and coordination has truly been excellent. So they do deserve our acknowledgement and thanks. Next slide. So for today's work session, we've provided a memo that essentially describes what I'll be reviewing during my briefing, that describes all the materials that was provided and how the information has been arranged. The memo recaps that the TPB issued its call for projects back in December, along with a new project description form. And the memo also recaps the definition of regionally significant project. There were some questions about that from the technical committee members who recommended that this recap of what is defined as a regionally significant project be added. That term is being used in a very specific context, and that is from the federal definition. It is not being defined in terms of the cost or the length of the project or how many jurisdictions a project covers. None of that. Rather, a regionally significant project is being defined from the perspective of a project that would or would not be included in air quality analysis. So that's the specific context. Additionally, based on discussions from last month, the memo provides a high-level summary of the TPB's policy framework to provide the context for the policy questions that are in the project forums. The policy questions have been the focus of this review in the last work session. The project description forum has about 45 questions asking information related to administration of projects, describing the projects, congestion management, air quality, financial plan, project schedule, and a whole host of things. Of those 45 questions, questions 32 through 45 are related to TPB's policy framework. So because there are almost 400 plus projects in the plan, to make all of the information on these projects easily accessible to you, we have arranged the projects, grouped them by jurisdiction, and included the information for each jurisdiction in an appendix. All of the projects have been grouped by county or state, and there are 11 appendices, A through K. So for example, Appendix A has all of the information for DC projects. Appendix B has all the information for Frederick County. And Appendix J has all of the Prince William County projects and so on. So I'll describe what is in each of this appendix in just a minute. Next slide, please. So every appendix has a copy of this memo, and then it also has a summary of the various TPB policy priorities. For example, these are the TPB vision, Regional Transportation Priorities Plan, and the aspirational initiatives. So those have been summarized for your easy reference if you want to look at that. And there's a table that I'll highlight all of the various goals that the TPB has. It also includes some federal planning factors. These are federally prescribed factors that an MPO such as the TPB has to use when we develop our long-range plan. Next slide, please. So following the summary of these policy documents, there's a copy of the questions themselves, questions 32 through 45, all of which pertain to the TPB policies. And for each existing and proposed project, staff from your agencies have provided the information and responded to these policy questions. And those policy questions, the responses for some of them is binary, yes or no. And for a few, there is an explanation that was required. All of that have been summarized in 4 tables. Next slide. Table 1 are the responses for questions 32 through 42, all of which correspond to the TPB's goals as described in the TPB vision document and the TPB's Regional Transportation Priorities Plan. You will see multiple policy priorities, those related to safety, equity, freight, walking and biking, greenhouse gases. So this table presents all of the binary responses provided, yes or no. 2 of these questions, questions 34 and 40, asks for an explanation, information that was not uniformly available last month, but has since been collected. And those are listed in table 4. Next slide, please. Table 2 are once again the responses from the agencies for questions 43 and 44. These questions correspond to the TPB's aspirational initiatives. And question 44 asks for an explanation, and that narrative is included in table 4. Next slide, please. Table 3 are responses to question 45, which are the federal planning factors. These questions require a binary response, yes or no, and they are summarized here. Next slide. And this is the last item in each appendix. This is the table 4. This is the tabulation of the explanatory or the narrative responses that the transportation agencies provided since our last meeting. And these are for questions 34B, 40B, 44A, and 44B. Each project in all of these 4 tables has a unique identification number, and we have retained the same number in all tables, so you can easily spot a project from one table to another. So that's a lot of information, but I've tried to be brief in my overview. Please remember that there is this memo that's been posted on the meeting website for your reference during the work session. So, Ms. Savesky, that concludes my review of the materials that were provided for today's work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Conti. I found this format very helpful when I was going through the information. Made it much easier to follow project to project. So thank you very much. So I'm going to turn this now over to Stacy Cook, who is going to introduce, I'm assuming, some of the information that and the people that we have coming to talk today.
Sure. In the due to time, we won't be doing introductions of the 45 plus people that have joined us today in the session to support the discussion. But I would like to thank the members of the board for joining in this important conversation, as well as all of the technical staff that have joined to respond to questions, provide more information to support the board decision making. We will jump into the remainders of the agenda, which will be to spend about 40 minutes discussing Maryland projects. We didn't have enough time last time, so we'll continue this conversation and begin with Maryland. We'll then turn to projects in Virginia, followed by projects in the District of Columbia. And the last 15 minutes we'll dedicate to any other types of projects that you're interested in discussing that are regional in nature, not necessarily in one of those specific geographies. So as we're beginning with projects in Maryland, I would like to turn to Deputy Secretary Earl Lewis. There is discussions that we're having regarding projects in Maryland last time, and he'd like to provide some information as we begin this conversation. Mr. Lewis? And Leo, if you pull up Mr.
Good morning.
Slides.
Can you hear me, Stacy?
Yes, sir, we can.
Great, fantastic. Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. It looks like it's beautiful out there. First of all, the first project that I would like to talk about, which has obviously gotten a lot of attention here at the Transportation Planning Board, is the American Legion Bridge I-270 to I-70 Relief Plan. MDOT and Federal Highway Administration have identified a new recommended preferred alternative, which we call Alternative 9, Phase 1 South, which is going to include the same two new hot managed lanes in each direction as described in Alternative 9. Included, but within this, we're talking about Phase 1 South limits only. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Karen Brookman of our TRP office with MDOT State Highway Administration. Karen.
Thank you, Earl. I just want to thank everyone for giving us the opportunity to present this morning on the American Legion Bridge I-270 to I-70 relief plan, including, as Deputy Secretary Lewis mentioned, recent changes to the scope of the managed lane study, which is the first environmental study under the relief plan, and that is being done in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act. Next slide. So as was mentioned, the American Legion Bridge I-270 to I-70 relief plan is the entirety of Phase 1 and is broken into two subsets, which we consider Phase 1 South and Phase 1 North. Phase 1 South begins on the Capitol Beltway in Virginia from the George Washington Memorial Parkway to Maryland 187, and then on I-270 from the Capitol Beltway to I-370. It also includes I-270 East Spur from 187 up to I-70. And this part of the Phase 1 South, which is denoted in purple, is part of the managed lane study. Phase 1 North is denoted in the orange, and it extends on I-270 from I-370 to I-70 in Frederick. And this is being studied separately as part of a pre-NEPA planning level study. Next slide. So in the end of November of 2020, our public comment period on the draft environmental impact statement was completed. And since January of this year, MDOT SHA, as well as Federal Highway Administration, our lead federal agency, has continued to address comments received on the DEIS and has been meeting with agencies, stakeholders, as well as the public to hear concerns and work towards resolution of critical study elements. We've held multiple office and field agency coordination meetings, not just with agencies, but also various stakeholders, many of which are listed here on the slide. We've also continued to hold Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act consulting parties meetings. We established an executive steering committee, which really was established to increase leadership participation, representing all agency partners to work towards resolution of issues. We continued working with our economic work group. We established an environmental justice working group, and we have reinitiated community meetings as well. Next slide. So in January of this year, we did identify alternative 9 as the recommended preferred alternative. And that really was based on results from the DEIS, the traffic engineering, financial, and environmental analyses completed, as well as the public comments that we received on the DEIS. And after the last few months of continuing our coordination with partner agencies, as well as stakeholders in the public, MDOT-SHA and Federal Highway are now aligning the managed lane study to be consistent with the phase delivery and permitting approach. So we have identified a new recommended preferred alternative. We are calling it Alternative 9, Phase 1 South. As Earl had mentioned, it is the same 2 new high occupancy managed lanes in each direction as described in Alternative 9, but only within the limits of Phase 1 South. No action at this time will occur as part of the recommended preferred alternative on the Capitol Beltway east of the I-270 East Spur. Next slide. So this map graphically explains what I just mentioned. So within the darker blue, again, similar to or the same as Alternative 9, we are adding 2 high occupancy managed lanes in each direction from Virginia, the George Washington Memorial Parkway, up 495 to Maryland 187, and then up I-270 West Spur, including I-270 to I-370, and down the I-270 East Spur to Maryland 187. And then in the lighter blue, we are saying no action within the rest of the interstate limits within the managed lane study. Next slide. So again, this just graphically explains what I just mentioned. 2 new hot lanes in each direction on 495 within the limits of Phase 1 South. And then on I-270, converting the existing high occupancy vehicle lane to a high occupancy toll lane, and then adding 1 additional hot lane so that there are 2 hot lanes on I-270. Next slide. And again, no action on 495 east of Maryland 187 to west of Maryland 5, which are the rest of the limits of the managed lane study. Next slide. So I'm going to take the next few slides just to talk about some key points related to the new recommended preferred alternative. Again, we believe this new recommended preferred better aligns with the phase delivery and permitting approach. It does focus the build improvements within Phase 1 South, including the American Legion Bridge, which is the biggest traffic choke point and the area that has the broadest regional support. It does not include improvements, as I mentioned, no action to the remaining parts of the interstate system within the scope of the managed lane study. This does not mean improvements are not needed. Only that if the recommended preferred alternative is selected at the end of the managed lane study, then consideration of improvements to the remaining parts of 495 will have to advance separately and will be subject to additional environmental studies, further analysis, and collaboration. The new recommended preferred alternative does avoid all residential and commercial property displacements. It also avoids significant national park resources on the east side of 495 and avoids approximately 22 acres of Maryland National Park land, including Rock Creek Park. And MDOT and Federal Highway feel that this new RPA is responsive to and addresses the comments that we did hear from the public and our partner agencies through the draft environmental impact statement, and really gives us the ability to continue to work through some issues that were raised outside of Phase 1 South. Next slide. Again, the new recommended preferred alternative includes replacing the American Legion Bridge, and of course, this is part of a bi-state effort to improve mobility. And it will provide a seamless regional system of managed lanes, of course, connecting to Virginia. Waiting to replace the American Legion Bridge is not an option. There are no state funds available for this work. The bridge deck on the American Legion Bridge is coming to an end of its life, and it needs to be replaced by 2030. The transit, bicycle, pedestrian, and environmental commitments and enhancements that we had committed to as part of Alternative 9 as the recommended preferred earlier this year will remain as previously coordinated with partner agencies within Phase 1 South. And the new recommended preferred alternative, we feel, continues to provide options for travel, the same as Alternative 9, and really reduces reliance on SOVs by keeping all existing general purpose lanes free and permitting buses, carpools, van pools, and personal vehicles with 3 or more folks to travel faster and more reliably, free of charge any time of the day. Because of this new information and this new recommended preferred alternative, MDOT-SHA and Federal Highway will be completing a supplemental draft environmental impact statement. It will be of limited scope to focus just on new information relative to the new RPA. And we are hoping to publish that SDEIS in September. Next slide. So for the updated air quality conformity determination, the revisions to the project submissions that were submitted in February of this year remain unchanged. So again, we are still changing the express toll lanes to high occupancy toll lanes. However, because of the new recommended preferred alternative, which has the no action outside of Phase 1 South, there are new changes proposed, which is the areas outside of Phase 1 South will be changed from construction to study status, which means these areas will not be included in the modeling effort. The remaining areas, so the areas within Phase 1 South, will remain as construction and will be included in the modeling effort. And the new estimated cost is $6 billion. Next slide. So that is it for the presentation. I think we're going to open it up for questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Brookman. And the way we'll take questions is consistent with the fashion that we do at the board. I will take questions by geography. So that we'll begin with any questions or comments from members of the board in Maryland. And I'd like to thank Ms. Brookman for providing that information, given it was different than our last month conversation as far as the information that we had, so that we can all be on the same page as we start this conversation. Are there any questions from members of the board in Maryland or comments? And it can be on this project or others if you wish, for any projects in Maryland.
My hand is raised. I'm a member from Maryland. Madam Chair.
Mr. Corman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the MDOT team. Appreciate the more realistic view on this project. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when the governor said the whole project wouldn't require taking any homes. So I'm glad to hear that you now think this reduced project addresses that issue. We'll see how we're doing, a year or two from now. But I wanted to ask about Table 2 of the state update. I was a little surprised to see that none of the projects address expand bus rapid transit and transitways region-wide, remove more people on Metro Rail. I mean, first of all, I would think that at least the purple line would help with the move people on Metro Rail. That's sort of one of the selling points in the project. But then the way the product you just went over has been billed is that buses are going to be able to use the rapid lanes. And at least one of your promises involves expanded bus capacity at I think it's the Shady Grove Metro Station, which I assume is designed to have more people ride Metro. So I guess I don't understand what's the inconsistency here. I mean, why aren't we including in our federal submission what you've been telling us at least in the legislature?
Obviously, the purple line will have a positive impact on transit ridership in the corridor in the NCR between Bethesda and New Carrollton by enhancing connectivity. Obviously, the expansion of the park and ride lot at Shady Grove in coordination with the build out of Phase 1 South of the Traffic Relief Plan will also have a positive impact on transit ridership. So I will personally look into that and see what we can do so we're consistent there. But obviously, we spend a significant amount of resources at MDOT on transit, and we'll continue to spend additional resources on transit as we move forward, because it's an important part of our transportation network, and our transportation network doesn't function without high quality transit, which is
It's
why,
also the law, right, Mr. Lewis, that you guys spend that money, right?
repeat your question, please.
It's also the law that you spend that money. So I appreciate your personal expression of support, but the law requires you to spend that money on transit, right?
I think it's more than the law. There's being compliant, and then there's meeting expectations of your constituency. MDOT has always strived to do our best to increase the use of transit where we can make it successful regarding increasing the efficiency of our transportation network. And that
I would just encourage you to take a look at table 2, because I think you probably are doing some things that we could be gaining credit for. I mean, you're very quick to claim credit on greenhouse gas reductions on things that are questionable. We have things that obviously fall in some of these other boxes. So I would just encourage you to take a look at table 2. It might be worth some revisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Housemember Corin. Are there any other members of the board from Maryland that would like to ask any questions or make any comments at this time? Otherwise, we'll move on to Virginia.
Yes, this is Vic Weisberg. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I was having some technical issues. So, yeah, just to follow up on some of Mark's points, I would really like to, as far as the commitments that were made for the, entire project, and, since there will be funding through tolls collected for the transit element, and I believe that sort of changes to the sort of the work to job to work ratio will be out of balance without a transit component staying in the project. I want to have it, want to ask sort of how those elements can stay in the project, as I think that they are essential to regional balance and connectivity, especially if we're connecting to Northern Virginia by transit on the north. We've had an 11th and 12th lanes in the Woodrow Wilson Bridge essentially sitting empty for essentially over a decade. That capacity needs to be taken advantage of. So I just want to sort of throw out how keeping the transit and environmental enhancement components can be in as part of the project.
Thank you very much for your comment, Mr. Weisberg. Is there anyone else in Maryland? Otherwise, I'll move on to Virginia. Members of the board of Virginia, does anyone have any questions or comments on projects in Maryland?
I'm sorry, if I could jump in. Casey Kostick from Tacoma Park, Maryland.
Yes.
Wasn't quick enough to unmute. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just had a couple of questions. I'm trying to understand exactly what the change in the submission is with regard to the long range plan, given the change in the 495 section. Just wondered if you could kind of speak to then what is included in the long range plan. And I'm sorry if I'm not fully grasping what that is, but just curious if you could speak to that. And then I know there had been a note about the air quality conformity analysis remaining unchanged. So I just wanted a little more information about that.
Before we turn to MDOT, I would just like to note that in the comment period packet, we do have an updated conformity analysis table that shows the changes that have been made during the comment period. Wanted to just clarify for everyone that this change, since it was announced after the finalization of that, is not yet reflected in those documents. So will be updated following the input of technical information from Maryland that our staff will use to update those tables. Mr. Lewis, would you like to take that question?
Well, obviously, the remainder of 495 will remain under study. Obviously, we still want to look at working with our local jurisdictions and other stakeholders on how we can address congestion in the entire across the entire 495. Obviously, there are other techniques too we're going to be looking at as part of Visualize 2045. Travel demand management is something we're going to want to weigh in on heavily in terms of increasing riders' use of carpooling, transit, telework, and other transit demand management techniques, which we actually have started enhancing ever since we did the 2017 long range plan and the aspirational goals. Obviously, there are a lot of other things that we're going to be looking at, and obviously that'll be in coordination with other stakeholders. But we'll continue to study and work with our stakeholders regarding whether or not there's anything else that could be done on 495 moving around, as Vic Weisberg talked about, to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. But that's just a study at this point. The only commitment is moving forward in terms of construction with the south portion of the RPA.
Great. If I may, Jane or Dushan, would you like to indicate anything? We have not yet received the technical changes, so I don't want to put them on the spot. I know there was a study done specific for that project, and then we have our regional air quality conformity analysis that is on the inputs to Visualize 2045 and the Transportation Improvement Program, and studies are treated differently than projects that are moving forward. Jane or Dushan, would either of you like to offer a clarifying comment, knowing that we don't have all of the technical details in hand?
So this is Jane. Yeah, sure. I would just say that the portion of the Beltway for this project that's under study would not be able to go forward in any type of construction until it comes back through a conformity analysis and approved as part of project inputs for the TPB in the future. So that's all I would say on that.
Would that include the transit component as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Jane.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Cook, I joined late. It's Bridget Donald Newton, Mayor of Rockville. Before you leave Maryland, if I could say something.
Of course, please.
Thank you, and my apologies for being late. And I'm not sure how much has been covered, and I apologize for missing that as well. But the city of Rockville has submitted a letter to TPB with our concerns about the proposal for 270. I hope you all have had a chance to see that. Taking 495 off the table does not help the entire situation, and really we need another analysis to see if the southern portion of 270 is actually going to do anything positive. We still maintain that it's going to do a lot of negative. There will be significant costs incurred all along the project that have not been yet accounted for. MDOT-SHA has not responded to the city's 23 requests for information. That letter was sent, I believe, in November of 2020. We've not yet heard back. So there's a lot of things that are still unanswered. And so we are hopeful that going forward that this 270 portion, as well as the American Legion Bridge, which, don't get us wrong, we do understand that the bridge needs work, the congestion on 270 needs work, but the problem isn't in the lower portion. The problem is at the bottleneck where the current 6 lanes, proposed to be 8 lanes, go to 2. So happy to talk about that more, but we really want you all to understand that taking 495 off is wonderful for those jurisdictions and the county around 495, but the city of Rockville is going to be severely impacted still. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. And Ms. Kostick, I know that you had mentioned you had a couple of questions. I wanted to make sure whether or not we had captured them all, responded to them all before we move on.
Thank you. Yeah, your answer was helpful. The other question I had, and just for the interest of time, I have a few others, but I'll save those for an email or another time. But I also was just curious a little bit about the assumptions on the vehicle miles traveled, and I apologize if this is included somewhere in the documents we got. I've tried to go through them, but there are just so many of them. So I'm wondering a little bit about the assumptions on the impact of the vehicle miles traveled, particularly with the expansion project, and to what extent that looks at the potential for increased congestion on other streets if there is additional traffic and SOVs utilizing those additional lanes on 270.
Thank you, Ms. Kostick. Mr. Lewis, would you or one of your staff like to respond to that question?
Obviously, we still have a goal to do everything we can to manage vehicle miles traveled. As we continue to reduce vehicle miles per capita, we're going to have to see what the impact of the post-pandemic world will have on vehicle miles traveled per capita. However, as the population continues to grow, and there's 1.3 million additional people that are expected in the corridor, over the next 25 years, that's going to have and put an upper pressure on vehicle miles traveled. That's why we all know it's very important to continue to stress the importance of transit, to help relieve congestion and also reduce emissions, carpooling, teleworking. I would also add that the congestion in that corridor is from the bridge up all the way up 270, including the interchange. It's not just an upper I-270 problem. And I know I experience it. I've got 2 kids that live in Fairfax, so I drive that corridor often, and there's congestion along that entire corridor. And that's something that we've identified a long time ago from our studies in the early part of the last decade. We recognized it as an important issue that we needed to address for our citizens and businesses in 2017, during the time Bridget Newton chaired the Transportation Planning Board, and we still identify that as an issue that we have to address for the benefit of our citizens, our businesses, and the long-term economic growth of the region, because it's a significant bottleneck in the region. It also impacts the state of Virginia significantly, and Maryland needs to take steps to do what we need to do to address that, while we still work on getting all the objectives necessary to address climate change as well, which we're confident we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. We have about 10 minutes left for discussion on projects in Maryland, and as this is a regional body, I'd like to make sure that other voices in the region have a chance to speak. So members of the board from Virginia, are there any questions or comments on projects in Maryland? Give you all a minute because I know you need to turn on your screens and unmute. Keep an eye out. I'm not hearing any at this point in time. How about in the District of Columbia? Are there any questions or comments on projects in Maryland that you'd like to discuss at this time, or more information that you'd like to ask about? Not hearing any. How about anyone from any other agencies?
Yeah, good morning, Stacy. This is Mark from WMATA.
Good morning, Mark.
I actually had a technical question. I'm not sure if it's best directed to TPB staff or to the project sponsors, but as I emailed you yesterday, I did see some discrepancies between Table 1 that lists the which regional priorities or regional goals the project will address or attain, and some of the follow-up questions to like the GHG question 40. So the table, for instance, with the 274-95 plan, the table says it will address greenhouse gases, but then the response boxes that in the table say it won't. So I'm just noting that I found this on a couple of projects with multiple jurisdictions, and I wanted to ask your advice, Stacy, if we should be going by the table or by the text tables, or if you need time to, do the crosswalk and make corrections.
There probably will be a couple of minor corrections. We did repost one appendix per your comments that there was just an error in the table. The tables included lots of different check boxes, so there may have been opportunities considering this was all done in a matter of days for some correction, but I would say that largely the information available is 99% on the spot. If there's any question, please defer to the text, because the text really offers that explanation that can help provide some additional insights. There may also be some different thinking and interpretation on what that checkbox means, right? These questions that are asked are actually highly technical and pretty complex, with a lot of room, I think, for interpretation. For example, someone had mentioned our buses will certainly have an opportunity to reduce GHG if they are full, not if they are empty, right? So there's a lot of different ways that people might interpret how effective each project is in reaching those. So I would strongly recommend you, in all cases, defer to the text. Nevertheless, we'll be reviewing the documentation to make sure that there's no other opportunities for updates.
In that case, may I ask Mr. Lewis if you'd like to say anything about how specifically the 27495 project would address greenhouse gases and VMT?
Thank you.
I think we, as Stacy said, we have to crosswalk the data that's actually in the table. The long-term trend regarding vehicles on our total inventory in the state. That's both personal use vehicles, or light duty vehicles, or medium and heavy duty vehicles. The trend toward electrification is going to drive emissions down. And at the same time, reducing congestion is going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from idling vehicles. We still have to do a lot more research looking at how we can best meet our long-term greenhouse gas objectives. But the decision on how we do that is not driven by one project. It's driven by how all the projects work together to meet our goals. The Maryland Department of Transportation has participated with the Maryland Commission on Climate Change since its initial foundation about a decade ago. As part of that process, we're looking at how the transportation sector, and we're actively engaged in that process. I've been representing the secretary in those meetings for over 5 years. We're actively engaged in coming up with a plan to meet Maryland's 40 by 30 goal. That's a 40% reduction in greenhouse gases from 2006 levels. We have actually published our annual report on that, and we have two scenarios: scenario 1, scenario 2. Scenario 1 gets us 33% of the way there. Scenario 2 gets us to the aspirational goal, real close to the aspirational goal that the Maryland Commission on Climate Change has put forward, and MDOT supported to try to get to 50% by 2030. And that includes this project. So we are not concerned with this project impacting our ability to meet our greenhouse gas objectives. The bigger challenge is going to be moving forward across all the things that we're doing, especially post-pandemic, is the impact on our funding moving forward. I think that's something that will be a transportation issue across the entire country.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Are there any questions from members of other agencies for projects in Maryland?
Thanks, Stacy. And Mark, thanks for jumping in. Thanks, Mr. Lewis. I suppose that the working session is the right place for me to just state these, at the last work session board meeting, I indicated that, the basic sort of lowest level of responsibility of all of us is to ensure that the project submissions are in fact complete. We can agree with them, we can disagree with them, but what we're doing, what I'm doing is I'm looking through and asking the question, all right, the submission had a yes, no question. Was the question answered? Okay, I see yes, no. Then there was a request for some other information to substantiate yes or no. The request was asking for very simple, if you will, explanatories, not an EIS or non-environmental, and as Mr. Srikanth reminded us in the last session, reference a case study, reference an assertion even. So, as we get closer to considering to vote and move a package of investments forward that are potentially generational in both budget capacity and construction impacts, we also are thinking about our obligation, like the reason we do this exercise is grounded in the Clean Air Act. I'm going to be looking for completeness. That's the litmus test. And if we are still here in June with conflicting information or a claim that a project does in fact satisfy or promotes GHG benefits, but the proposal doesn't indicate in what way it might do that, I'm going to be hard pressed to say, yes, I approve of that. I would consent to this package moving forward. I'm just stating that as a sort of general principle. It's a completeness test, not a value judgment. Appreciate your time, Stacey.
Great, thank you very much. And the
one correction I'd like to make to Sham's
Yes.
comment is that the managed lane study as part of the traffic relief plan and the project we're moving forward with is a public-private partnership, which is a revenue risk project. So it's not using state funds to build the project. And if the project doesn't happen, it's not going to add any more money for us to do anything else. So this is a unique opportunity to get the private sector to build critical infrastructure, which will have a positive impact on our ability to relieve congestion and continue to make sure that Maryland will be a great place for businesses to locate, because we don't have the second worst congestion in the country. So that is what we're trying to adjust. That's always been a long-term goal of the Transportation Planning Board, because it impacts hundreds of thousands of people every day adversely. And in the context of all the other things that we have to address, congestion is something that has to be addressed as well. Climate change is greatly important. I spend tremendous amount of time, working with all of our various stakeholders, all of our working as part of TCI, working with the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, chairing for the last 5 years Maryland's Zero Electric Emissions Infrastructure Council, which we have a meeting this afternoon, to make sure that we're doing all the things for Maryland to make Maryland a leader in the world in addressing climate change. And MDOT has always been committed to working with that. If you look at the long-term trends in our region for reduction in emissions going back 2.5 decades, it's a fairly positive statement of what we've been able to do working together. The Transportation Planning Board has been a contributor to that process, and I have no doubt that we'll continue to do that in the decades ahead.
Mr. Lewis, as my comment was very clear in that it was not making a value judgment of the projects or making an evaluation of the intent of them, but rather looking for completeness, it required no correction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our members have taken time to provide the narrative responses, and as well as what are the binary responses in the tables, right? If there's not a checkbox in table 1, 2, or 3, that doesn't mean the question hasn't been considered. It means it's kind of a yes, no option, and an X or a check means yes in those boxes. So those are all complete for all the 400 or so projects that are in the plan. And then the narrative has been completed for nearly all of them. There's a few that certain things don't apply, such as a facility project may not have much to do with VMT or equity. But I would say nearly every single question or project has responses for that. And we know that you won't have time to get through the hundreds of pages that have been provided to you, but you may have particular projects that interest you. I'll be mentioning this in the board meeting as well. If there's specific information on a project or two that you think you need, reach out to me in the next few days. I'll work with the agencies. But we do find that the members work together in order to provide responses to you for your information, and hopefully that will you'll find those of use. Is there anyone, as we're finishing up here with the Maryland projects, I'd like to thank everyone for their time and conversation on projects in Maryland. And at this point in time, I'd like to move the discussion to projects in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'd like to turn to Maria Sinner. There were some questions to the Assistant Director last month so regarding some of their projects, and she'd like to start with a response to that. So if I may turn to you, Ms. Sinner, and Leo, I believe there were a couple of slides brought up to support the.
Right. While you're pulling up, thank you, Stacey. And thank you again for all of you to participate on this important workshop. At the last session in April, there were two things that Virginia worked on since then. One of it was related to the previous comment of completeness of the packages. And I want to thank all of our sister agencies, transit agencies, as well as the localities that work with us on making sure that the packages and the project descriptions were completed. We were very focused to make sure to identify the regional policy framework and priorities that the TPB has established, as well as the strategies for the 7 aspirational initiatives. So like Maryland DOT, we are very focused on looking at the network as a whole and the interdependency of the projects as far as how they perform for the region. Our administration and the Virginia Commonwealth is very, very focused on reducing the greenhouse gases as well as reducing the BMP per capita. Through whether it's through projects, through strategies, through various policies, because all of them are interdependent and all of them depend from each other in order to reach that goal. So I cannot stress enough on how we need to work together, not just in the transportation sector, but the other sectors as well. So that said, the second question that we had from Virginia members was related to what is the Commonwealth doing in regards to helping mitigate climate change issues. So Norman Whitaker, who is on the line, and he will cover the presentation, provided, and that memorandum is in your packet. What is Virginia doing right now? Really, Virginia, like Maryland, are states that are leading in the United States as far as looking ahead and way beyond what is required by our federal requirements and EPA requirements. So with that said, I'll be happy to turn over the very brief presentation regarding the Virginia environmental stewardship. And then we're available, and many of the localities staff and agencies staff are also available to answer any questions related to specific projects in the plan. Thank you, Stacey. Norman, could you please take over?
Sure, thank you. We're providing this information in response to a question last month, basically stated, what is Virginia doing to mitigate greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled? And Leo, if you could go to the next slide. And the one after that, please. The VDOT is part of a large consortium of partners, including our sister agency, DRPT, our local governments, and our regional transportation agencies, including NVTA, NVTC, VRE. And from the very top, at the executive level and at the legislative level, Virginia embraces the goals of mitigating greenhouse gas and providing a growing economy, but a better environment. There's a wide range of initiatives VDOT is involved in, ranging from litter pickup to expanding the transit opportunities. We have two very significant pieces of legislation and an executive order, for example, that have as their goal creation of a carbon-free electrical grid by the year 2050. Getting in a specific transportation related greenhouse gas mitigation activities, VDOT is currently doing two very important greenhouse gas studies. One of them is a statewide overview and analysis of the sources and extent of greenhouse gas emissions, and there are baseline and year 2040 analyses of greenhouse gases. There's also a corridor specific pilot project being scoped, which would give VDOT the methodology to assess the impact of transportation projects in terms of greenhouse gas. We also are involved in the Environmental Mitigation Trust, which is funded by the Volkswagen settlement. And among the uses of that funding is constructing electrical vehicle recharging facilities around the state. The Commonwealth participates in the Transportation Climate Initiative and has joined the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which creates financial incentives for reduction of greenhouse gases. One important thing, and Marilyn mentioned this also, we have a multimodal approach to all major projects, and we have a multimodal approach to our transportation system and services. There was a concern expressed about some of our projects involve expanding highway capacity. And those capacity expansions are needed to reduce congestion and for safety. Some of our 2-lane highways are not safe if there's an accident because there's inadequate shoulders. We have some roads that are just at their capacity. So we're aware that while these capacity improvements mitigate air emissions, at least for some period of time, long term, there can be a creep of vehicle miles traveled induced by just the presence of better transportation facilities. So VDOT understands this, and just about every project we work on has some component that addresses mitigating possible VMT increases. And our planning section has 9 people, and we spend most of our time working on alternatives to widening roads. The funding system for VDOT, Smart Scale, which also provides funding for DRPT partnerships with local governments and VDOT's own funding of local transportation projects, prioritizes cost-efficient solutions that do not require major investments, do not require road widening. When it comes to the end of the day, there are some roads that need to be widened, but in terms of our entire system and our policies and plans, we have numerous projects and policies to offset the danger of induced demand. For example, many of the things that we do don't show up in the long-range transportation plan. A third of our planning staff works full-time on travel demand management, meaning they're working with regional and local governments to try to incentivize alternatives to single occupancy vehicles. We are doing the Long Bridge project, and one of the benefits of that project is it's enabling us to make significant expansions to commuter rail provided by VRE. There are also land use initiatives. Almost all of our local governments have in their comprehensive plans policies and proposals that are implementing the COG and TPB's policies, such as walkable, bikeable neighborhoods and the activity center concept. Loudoun County is a good example. Extending the Silver Line into Loudoun County is enabling the county to plan transit-oriented development with access to heavy rail. VDOT and DRPT also work with local governments to provide exceptions and waivers to the basic road capacity and geometric standards if those standards get in the way of developing transit-oriented, walkable, bikeable neighborhoods. DRPT has a set of multimodal design guidelines that some of our communities have used. We have worked with Fairfax County in the Tysons area and other areas to recognize that the trips generated in these areas are occur at a lesser rate than a single family suburban area. So there's a number of accommodations we have to encourage compact, walkable, transit-friendly development. Of course, we also provide regional, the Commonwealth provides funding for WMATA and other regional transit programs. Leo, could we go to the final slide, please? So this is not everything we do, but these are examples of the Commonwealth's actions to mitigate greenhouse gases and address VMT. First of all, our multimodal express lane system, and it's become a network system, not just a highway. Tolls from our express lane projects have created a consistent, reliable flow of funding to provide transit services, TDM, park and ride lots. We have a network of park and ride lots and other things that promote ride sharing and alternatives to single occupancy vehicles. We use intelligent transportation systems and travel demand management, again, to make the system we've got work better without relying on road widenings. There's a lot more demand for travel in our region than you would expect if you looked at the highways. And we mitigate that demand by providing alternatives. The multimodal express lane system, for example, discourages SOVs by using congestion pricing. And HOVs and buses ride for free. We also employ performance-based planning, both at our long-range plan level and at our funding level. Our long-range planning and our short-range project selection. And again, the emphasis is on multimodal, cost-effective solutions, operational improvements, connectivity and continuity, and congestion abatement. NVTA uses some similar performance-based metrics in their funding process. Finally, we're working to be prepared for emerging clean technologies. I earlier mentioned the statewide legislation regarding a clean power grid. VDOT is working on preparing our state for electric vehicles and automated and connected vehicles. Bus rapid transit, as you have one Virginia bus rapid transit project, at least in the CLRP or in Visualize 2045, but there are more in development, and this is a very promising high capacity transit option for our region. And an example of a collaboration with NVTA, Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, we're working on a regional multimodal mobility program, or RM3P. This is kind of like travel demand management and intelligent transportation systems on steroids. It involves artificial intelligence. Another look at the incentives we provide, lots of technology-based efforts to minimize SOVs, minimize greenhouse gas production, and reduce the growth of VMT. And that's all I've got. I'd be glad to answer any questions, or Maria may have something to add.
No, thank you, Norman. This was very good information. I want to thank you again for collecting all of these. And again, this was in response to some of our members, but I think it can be useful for everyone to understand how we are addressing this important topic. So we have plenty of staff, technical staff available to answer any questions specific to the projects. You know, I want to thank again everybody for helping us fill out all of the project forms.
Thank you very much, Christina. So as with Maryland, we'll be taking questions or comments on projects in Virginia. I'm afraid I'm echoing her. If someone else could mute, sometimes that impacts the echo. Thank you. So we'll be taking questions from members of the board in Virginia first, then we'll proceed to other areas for questions.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Whitaker for your work on preparing the information that you just shared with us. Sometimes it is very easy for individuals or for groups to misrepresent the facts and to misrepresent what's actually being done and what's actually going on. So I think the information that you provided will go a long way to clear up that misinformation. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your comment. Any other comments or questions from members of the board in Virginia? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on to members of the board from the District of Columbia. Do we have any questions or comments for projects in Virginia? Not hearing any at this time. What about from other agencies? Any comments or questions for projects in Virginia? Okay, and then we'll move on to opportunities for any members of the board in Maryland. Is there anyone that would like to offer a comment or question? Well, it seems like unlike last month, we may be running ahead of schedule. So thank you very much for Mr. Whitaker and Ms. Sinner for the presentation. Why don't we move on to the District of Columbia? And to be fair, we did not ask for presentations. There were requests from our members to share additional information. But we would like to provide the opportunity to Ms. Rupert from the District of Columbia to offer a few words as we begin to take questions on projects in the District of Columbia.
Sure, sorry, it's finding my mute button and video. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So again, apologies for not having a presentation, but we do have some thoughts and some overall comments. Again, thank you for the opportunity to submit and present our projects. I just want to offer a high-level comment about our program before we move to any specific questions about our program. And similar to MDOT and VDOT, we also have project managers available if we want to talk about any projects. DDOT's program really reflects and is committed to the district's goals, our federal requirements, and the regional goals and aspirations. Our update to Visualize 2045 is consistent to that commitment. We work to utilize our right-of-way to create a safe, connected network for all modes: pedestrians, bicyclists, transit riders, and drivers. None of our projects increase capacity and are not anticipated to increase VMT nor have any adverse impact to the regional climate. DDOT is committed to expanding our bicycle network, improve our transit reliability, increase safety along our corridors for all users, as well as our requirement and desire to maintain our assets. The projects included in this submission, it's really a mix of specific bicycle and trail projects, transit projects to continue ensuring that we are improving equitable access to jobs and destinations, as well as improving overall corridor safety improvements. I don't believe that we received any questions outside of the conversation that we had at our last meeting about H&I Street. So that kind of is just kind of an overview of the projects that we've submitted. It was really great to make sure that we did submit a complete package, and we look forward to any project-specific questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. And I understand that there were some studies referenced by Ms. Carnegie during the last session, and those have been hyperlinked in the responses they provided as well. So thank you for that additional information. I know that's not always available for every type of project, but appreciate the reference. At this point in time, I'd like to provide the opportunity for any members from the District of Columbia to offer any comments or questions. Okay, we'll move on to any other agencies. Any questions or comments on projects in the District of Columbia? How about any members from Maryland? Would you like additional information on any of the projects in the District of Columbia? Or any comments? And members from the Commonwealth of Virginia. All right. Well, at this point in time, that Ms. Sinner, you were turning on your camera. Did I move too quickly?
No, I just wanted to turn it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Then in that case, the last item on our agenda was to provide an opportunity for any other discussion on any other types of projects, such as regional projects, other projects in the region that you might look to inquire about or offer comments on. Is there anyone that has a comment or a question at this point in time? I'll start with any members from Maryland would like to offer questions or comments on any other types of projects or considerations. How about from members in the Commonwealth of Virginia? Members from the District of Columbia? Or other agencies? With that, I think I'll turn it back to Director Sakant if you'd like to wrap up this session. It sounds like providing the additional time, we were able to have the conversation that was needed. There's all of the regional policy documentation available as well. It's a lot of information. We understand that, but we tried to hit that level of giving you enough information on 400 projects without being too overwhelming. So hopefully you find the summary fashion useful to your efforts, but do let us know if you have questions. Director Sakant, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you once again for all of your agency staffs who work with us. I will just reaffirm or reiterate Stacy's invite. If any members of the board have any specific questions or comments in the next week or 10 days as you review these hundreds of pages of information, please feel free to text Stacy, me, Lynn. We will make sure that you get the information back. This was one of the reasons why there is no action on any of this at today's board meeting. You have an entire month to digest all of this information as each of you decide what you are comfortable with in terms of approving what projects need or can go further into the air quality analysis before becoming part of our long-range plan next year. So once again, we will remain open for any follow-up questions or comments, and we'll provide information back to you. So with that, Mr. Besky, I'll turn it over to you. We are heading ahead of schedule. So
I have to say, maybe Chair Allen is the problem with us always being late. So I want to thank all of the agencies and the staff who participated both last time and this time and giving us so much good information to digest. I'm not sure, Stacy, that a month is going to be long enough, but I did find the format that was provided this time to be much easier to follow. So thank you so much for all of that work. I understand that we will work with the TPB on all follow-up actions from today's discussion. To my colleagues on the board, stay signed in, or since we do have much longer than originally planned, you can, of course, sign out. You will sign back into the same link for the TPB meeting at noon. If you do stay on, please turn off your camera and your mic while you take this break. And our regularly monthly TPB meeting will start promptly at noon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Besky. We'll see you at noon.
Thank you.
We are going to stay on, by the way. Leo's going to stay on, and he's going to put up a note that says, for people who are joining us It says work session has ended, so there's no like confusion for the, although we did have 80 people attend.
Okay.
So
Wonderful. Thank you to everyone. Wow.
it's a lot of work.
Yes.
Yes, like it. Really good. Really
And in between, you all can go read the public comments we got, because we got 103 comments that are now posted from the last that we got as of 9 o'clock this morning. So
Yes.
yeah,
But staff have provided a summary for you.
not well,
So-
we haven't. We just put them all up. There's too many to read, to sift through. But anyway,
Thank you. You're referring to the ones for the board meeting, not the
I'm talking about the ones that for our public comment period under item 1.
under item 1.
What is the link for that, may I ask? Could you put that in the chat?
Yep, sure. It's on the TPB meeting page, the same page where you're getting everything. If just look on its item, it'll say item 1 public comments. We posted it about an hour ago.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Hello.
Hi, Sergio, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Oh, no, still morning. Good morning. Yes, indeed, we can.
Okay, good, thank you. I had to rejoin, so I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me as well?
Yes?
Wonderful. Thanks. I'll go back to mute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. This is Kanti Shrikant. It's noon now. We had heard that our chair, Mr. Allen, was going to be held up today a little bit. He could not participate in the earlier work session. So Ms. Sabeski excellently facilitated the work session. So I'm going to request her to get us started, and then Mr. Allen will join us hopefully during the course of the meeting. So Ms. Sabeski, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. I do hope that the Chair Allen is able to join us soon. Good afternoon, everyone. A lot of you I saw this morning. Thank you for joining this afternoon. I'm Pam Sabeski, the first vice chair for the TPB, and I am going to call the May 18th meeting of the TPB to order. And as we continue meeting virtually during the pandemic, we will continue to live stream the audio on video of this meeting on the internet and on the YouTube. I look forward to being able to have this meeting in person sometime this year. While you all are familiar with our process for these virtual meetings, for the benefit of those watching us online for the first time, I will briefly review the procedures we will be following during this virtual meeting. First, I will ask Lynn to take a roll call of members or alternates to document your presence at this meeting and determine we have a quorum. Then for the agenda items, I will have the presenter complete their briefing, then invite questions from members in turn by jurisdiction. For action items on the agenda, once the presenter has completed the briefing, I will invite one of you to make a motion to adopt the resolution, followed by a second of the motion made. I will then invite questions from members by jurisdiction at the end of discussions. I will call for a vote by jurisdiction. I will ask for only nay votes or abstentions. The rest of the votes from those present will be assumed as yes votes. When making the motion, please state your name and jurisdiction. Lastly, a friendly reminder is to mute your microphones always, and importantly, to unmute your mic and state your name and jurisdiction when you speak. Lynn, if you would, please take the roll.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sabeski. So I'm going to call out the jurisdiction, and if you could state your name. Also, if I go too quickly, which is also my habit, I will be monitoring the participant list, so we'll try to capture you there as well. All right, District of Columbia, District Department of Transportation.
Leslie Rupert, thank you.
District of Columbia, Office of Planning.
Kristen Calkins and Director Trueblood will be joining later.
Great, thank you. District Council, Ms. Pinto or Ms. Hanson?
Hi, this is Ella Hanson.
Thank you. District Council, Charles Allen.
I'm here, thanks.
I see you. District Council, Ms. Henderson.
Here, thank you.
Thanks. Moving on to Maryland, Maryland Department of Transportation.
Lewis here. Good afternoon, Lynn, and everyone else.
City of Bowie. Charles County.
Alternate Jason Groth here.
You're a little quiet, Jason, but I know I saw you. Is Mr. Collins here?
I do not see him so far.
Okay, great, thanks. I could hear you better, thanks. College Park.
Alternate Councilmember Mitchell is here, and my mayor will be coming on later on.
Great, thank you for the heads up. Frederick County.
Kai Hagan, I'm here.
Thanks. City of Frederick.
Kelly Russell, Register for Bike to Work Day, is here.
Love the plug. City of Gaithersburg.
Neil Harris, also registered for Bike to Work Day.
Thank you. City of Greenbelt. Keep an eye out for Emmett. City of Floral. Montgomery County Executive.
Gary Ernrich, present.
Thanks. And I do hear an echo, so someone is unmuted. Montgomery County Legislative.
Evan Glass is here.
Prince George's County Executive.
Carrie Bellamy is present.
Thank you.
And also Vic Weisberg is alternate.
Gotcha. Thank you. Prince George's County Legislative. City of Rockville.
Richard Donald Newton is here.
Thanks. Tacoma Park.
PC Costa, Karen.
Thanks. Maryland Senate is vacant, so Maryland House of Delegates.
Mark Corman is here.
You're back. Cool. All right, moving on to Virginia, Virginia Department of Transportation.
Maria Skinner is here. Good afternoon.
Thanks. City of Alexandria.
Panic present.
Thanks. Arlington County.
Christian Dorsey is present.
Thanks. City of Fairfax.
I'm gonna get on my meeting. I'll see you.
David Meyer is present.
Thanks. Fairfax County Legislative.
Walter Alcorn is here.
Gotcha.
James Walkinshaw as well.
Gotcha too. Thank you. City of Falls Church.
Snyder here.
Thanks. Fauquier County.
Adam Schellenberger present.
Welcome, Alan, to your first meeting.
Thank you.
It'll be a good one. Loudoun County.
Kristen Umstadt is here.
And Matt Letourneau is here.
Thank you. City of Manassas.
Pam Sabeski is here.
Thank you. Manassas Park.
Jeanette Rischel is here.
Thank you. Prince William County.
Ann Wheeler is here.
Thank you.
Vic Angry is here.
Gotcha. Okay. Both Virginia Senate and House of Delegates have not nominated anyone, so that concludes Virginia. Moving on to WMATA.
Mark Phillips is here.
Thanks.
This is Sean Gutton. Thanks.
Gotcha, Sean. Okay. And Federal Highway Administration. I did see Sandra's name. So, Federal Transit Administration.
Dan with FTA is here.
Thanks, Dan. National Capital Planning Commission. Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. And National Park Service. That concludes roll call. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. This is Charles. I'll jump back in to Pam Sabeski. Thank you so much for getting us started, and I apologize for being a minute or two late. Next, Lynn, I think we have a couple of comments from the public, and you were going to help provide a summary for us of those comments. Those are also posted for the board members to read and review, but let me turn to you, Lynn, if you want to summarize some of those for us.
Great, thanks. So we've actually received 103 comments in the comment period. So basically, many of them came in at 9 o'clock this morning. So due to the volume and the fact that we had the work session, we are unable to provide a fair summary of all of the comments. So in light of that, we basically posted everything, and there were 3 letters, and we put those in the front. So honestly, this is actually why we added extra time for you all to review comments. So there's no actions today, but you will have time to take all these comments in as our action is scheduled for next month. So again, these are all posted on our meeting page. Leo has shown them up on the screen right now, so please take some time to review them. That's the best I can do, Mr. Allen, right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Especially if you said 100 of them came in at 9 o'clock this morning. I understand it might be difficult, but as you noted, we don't have an action item on them. So I encourage everyone to be able to have a chance to read through those comments, and perhaps if there are some general themes among the comments during this time, you're able to help summarize for us later on as well. So I'm not sure if everyone's have time to go read all 100 comments. So I know we probably appreciate the themes that happen from time to time too. All right, next we're going to move to the approval of the April 21st, 2021 meeting minutes. So we
moved, Mr. Chair.
moved so fast. That's fantastic. Who was it that made the motion real fast?
Councilmember Denise Mitchell, City of College Park.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. All right, is there a second?
Second. Kai Hagan, Frederick County.
Thank you very much. All right, as a quick reminder, we'll go through our vote. I call it by jurisdiction, and I'm only asking for nay or abstention. So, District of Columbia, Maryland, Virginia, and WMATA or any other federal agencies. All right, let the record reflect. I hear no nays or abstentions, which means it's unanimous in support. Thank you. Next, we're going to move to a technical committee report. We have a written summary of the May 7th meeting. Excuse me, Technical Committee Chair Jason Groth is going to help provide us any summary and highlight for us, and then we'll turn to any questions for Jason. So Jason, let me turn to you.
Sorry, it took me a second to unmute. The button's stuck, I guess.
Anyway.
We can hear you, but it's still a little bit quiet. So I don't know if you can get the mic just a little
Okay.
closer to you.
All right. Can you hear me now?
There we go.
All right. All right. So I'm going to look a little foolish holding a wire in front of my mouth for a few minutes, but you'll be all right. The technical committee met on May 7th. As the chair said, the highlights are in your packets. A couple of items to cover. One of the items of interest was the continued work session on Visualize 2045 in terms of the summary of comments received. They did receive a lot of comments on a lot of areas, and they captured them in themes. I'm not going to steal Ms. Cook's thunder today, so I won't tell you what they are. I'll leave you suspended until then. An interesting item that we had under our informational items is Air Quality 101. I mean, it's a very basic introduction to the air quality conformity aspect of what the TPB does, but I think it's a really good refresher for those that deal with TPB items and how air quality ties into that. Really gives you a great insight into why it is we do what we do, why the federal requirements are what they are, and how it all works together. Very good aspect there in case this board ever wants to hear it as well. It's very good for new members especially. We also covered just sort of a summary on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Lynn Winchell-Mendy covered that for us and gave us sort of like what's to come. It was very helpful for the technical members to understand and inform their leadership so we can be prepared. Also, a lot of discussion on equity emphasis areas and how things, how we're doing and how transit services are serving traditionally underserved areas or areas that are dependent on transit. We covered a transit equity paper that's being worked on, and I do believe the TPB will hear later in the year. So look forward to that. And then an update on the performance-based planning and programming. Toward the end, we had a quick overview of Maryland House Bill 1236, which involves the proposed expansion of commuter rail service into Delaware and Virginia from the region. So pretty interesting that there's a focus or a push for more commuter rail service. So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let me turn for any questions from members. So I'll do it in reverse order now. So let me turn to WMATA and any other agencies. Any questions from Virginia? Questions from Maryland?
This is Casey from Tacoma Park. Thank you very much for the summary, and I'm particularly interested in that equity emphasis area crash data analysis you mentioned. I just wanted to confirm that when that's complete, we'll get a presentation of the TPB on the results.
My understanding is absolutely yes. However, if I'm incorrect, if COG staff could correct me, that would be greatly appreciated.
No, Jason, you're correct. We do plan to bring it. It went through the safety subcommittee, then to the TPB technical committee, and then to the TPB. We have been a little hard pressed to find time, and I know I've put Mr. Allen in a hard spot past 3 months, putting a lot of items on the agenda with not enough time, but it is queued up. It will be coming pretty soon. Thanks.
And I promise one of the 11 or 12 meetings we have this year will end on time. That is, I feel confident. All right, and then District of Columbia, any questions for Jason? All right, Jason, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we're going to turn to the Community Advisory Committee report. We have a written summary of the May 13th meeting, and we're going to ask our committee chair, Elisa Walton, to provide that. Actually, no, I'm sorry, sitting in for Elisa is Nancy Abels, who's going to help summarize it for us. So Nancy, let me turn to you now.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and good day to everybody. We had an online meeting last weekend, and first thing on the agenda, Lynn Erickson briefed us on today's agenda. And then John Swanson, TPB planner, also updated on COG's plan for reentry to the building and that partial in-person meetings could start in the fall. The rest of the meeting continued as furthermore in-depth discussion about the long-range Visualize 2045 plan and the process for its development. We began with an introduction by John Swanson. Oh, sorry, let me mute. And he also gave us a pop quiz to refresh us on the development process, and we were all surprised how confused we actually were. So that was a big help. Then TPB Public Engagement Specialist Karen Armendariz facilitated small breakout room discussions. And standing by to help answer any of our questions at the end was Stacy Cook, who briefed us last month on the Visualize 2045 update and technical assistance for jurisdictional applicants. When Stacy had briefed us in April, our two main areas of concern were equity and climate change, especially that equity should be an underpinning throughout Visualize 2045 and not an add-on or a separate element. And for climate change, we had wanted to know how the plan as a whole could better address climate change. And we wondered about certain constrained element projects now that attention to climate change risk has become so much more immediately imperative. We also saw a need to question because of new technologies that might aid climate control strategy. And we were curious about the criteria and strategies themselves, whether they might have to pivot significantly to more effectively reduce the region's emissions in VMT. Though last month Stacy had explained the complexities and timeline of project planning, the purpose of last week's meeting was to drill down on equity and climate change. But it was also a very unique meeting where CAC members got to talk with each other rather than to the staff to brainstorm. Here's a summary of Karen's questions and our responses. Why is Visualize 2045 important? To summarize what you have in your packet, Visualize 2045 should serve as a master plan to coordinate plans from agency, state, and local jurisdictions, especially considering that they may each use different standards and approaches. Visualize 2045 should equate those differences into commonality. It should help TPB identify and advocate for regionally beneficial projects and programs. Its overview can also be used to educate the public and potentially school students, which has been reflected in Montgomery County's comprehensive plan, to learn about collective and jurisdictional challenges and their most efficient solutions, and to incentivize the culture change that is also importantly required to meet those challenges. The second question was, as we move past the constrained element of Visualize 2045, what are some ways we can weave equity into the plan? The CAC answered that equity can mean different things to different people. We felt that there should be proactive outreach to people in underserved communities to ask them directly what they want and need from the transportation system. And I've heard this reflected in community discussions where people will say not to presume and don't try to be a savior. Perhaps then TPB should consider setting measurable standards to ensure equity is inherent in projects, programs, and plans. And we thought the TPB might consider a budget provision for special projects to ensure equity. A different aspect of equity, a member noted, is procurement. TPB could encourage implementing agencies to award more project construction to minority-owned firms. But a member also cautioned wisely that the TPB must focus on what it tackles to advance equity, that if it tries to be everything, it could end up doing nothing. The third question was, as we move past the constrained element of Visualize 2045, what are some ways we can better address climate change in the plan? We thought that TPB should explore new ways to incorporate greenhouse gas considerations into Visualize 2045 and increase policies, projects, and programs to mitigate climate change. We believe that TPB should use Visualize 2045 aspirations, especially to continue to encourage improvements at the local level, such as expanding complete streets and a regional walking or biking network and lifestyle to assist our increasingly more enlightened jurisdictions on this. We foresee Visualize 2045 for improved land use as coefficient with transit planning to solve congestion woes. With this, affordable housing stands out as both an equity and a climate change issue as an instigating factor in the traffic congestion vicious cycle. A member also suggested using Visualize 2045 to encourage more resilient infrastructure through better design and construction for drainage and to reduce hard surface runoff. Aside from answering the questions, we had several additional ideas. We thought that the region should keep road change uses made during the pandemic, like community outdoor dining spaces that enhanced placemaking and increased pedestrian and bicycle access. And very reassuringly, Stacy replied that the Voices of the Region survey found high public support for this, and that Visualize 2045 will reflect this finding. The committee also referenced the American Jobs Plan infrastructure legislation proposed by the Biden administration and asked whether TPB can somehow support this exceptional opportunity to help advance Visualize 2045 aspirations, or at least later try to align its policy with the bill if it's adopted, especially as pertains to equity and climate change. In the wake of the Voices of the Region survey and Visualize 2045 public comment period, we reiterated our committee's wish to help further education to our communities about TPB and the planning process, and for ways the public can be involved at the regional or local level. We also suggested additional ways for the CAC to be of more use to the TPB. In that vein, we're all eager to read the public comments submitted for Visualize 2045. And we also thank you for the special opportunity to provide additional targeted input. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Let's go by jurisdiction for any questions. First, the District of Columbia. All right, next let me turn to Virginia. And Maryland. And WMATA, any other agencies? All right. Nancy, thank you very much for stepping in and providing us that summary and report, and look forward to working with you again.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we're going to move to item number 5 on the agenda, which is our steering committee actions and report from the director. You got a written summary of the April 2nd steering committee meeting. It's in our packet from Conti. But Conti, let me turn to you to add to that summary, and then we'll turn to questions by jurisdiction after that.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just note a couple of items from the read-ahead packet that was provided to you. While the steering committee met on May 7th, it did not approve any amendments to the TIP or to the UPWP since there were no amendments requested. It did review and finalize the agenda for the work session and today's board meeting. Now, turning to the letter sent and received section of the memo, on page 3 is a copy of the letter that the board advised me to help draft and send to the Federal Highway and to the Federal Transit Administration division administrators, requesting a 6-month extension to the date by which the TPB's adopted long-range transportation plan, the updated TIP, and importantly, its regional air quality conformity analysis. All 3 have to be federally reviewed and approved. So I have not yet heard anything back. I hope to hear by next month. Next, members are likely aware that the U.S. House Appropriations Committee earlier this year approved something called community project funding as part of their FY 2022 budget, particularly for transportation budgets. A process has been prescribed for the congressional designation of funds, which includes House representatives submitting transportation projects, not more than 10, I believe. As part of this effort, we were approached by the offices of Representative Waxton, Representative Trone, and Representative Conley about a few projects that they were sponsoring, and they had inquired us with regards to the project's status in the TPB's plan and TIP. So we provided them with a status report letter. All three letters are on pages 5 through 7. Turning to other announcements and updates section of the memo, I have 3 good news items to report. First, on page 10, is the issue we are issuing a notice for the second round of pandemic relief funding that is being made available under Federal American Rescue Plan Act for organizations that provide transportation services to older adults and people with disabilities. The board approved the first round of funding, you will recall, in its April meeting, and now there's been a second round of funding. That's about $530,000. We will be accepting applications through June 21st, and the staff plans to bring the recommended set of projects for your approval in July. The second piece of good news, this is on page 14, is the Bike to Work Day will be on May 21st. Bike to work, or as Ms. Russell said, bike to anywhere if you're not working in the office. About 90 pit stops will be open with appropriate social distancing practices to distribute t-shirts and other swags. Also, Commuter Connections has now published a large printed regional bicycle routes map, if you can see it. This is a one of a kind because, as I understand it, commercially no such map is available anymore. Many years ago, ADC company used to publish one, but they stopped doing that. So this is brand new, hot off the press. This will be distributed at the pit stop. So if you want one, we'll see you at a pit stop. The third item of good news is page 16. I'm happy to announce that the TPB will be providing technical assistance grants. This is a brand new program to help local jurisdictions with their preliminary engineering or design of projects that will improve walk and bike connections to high capacity transit stations. This is building on the work that the TPB did last year when it adopted the high capacity transit station access improvements. We have about $250,000 to give away, and this will be a biennial program. So every other year, there will be $250,000 available. Applications will be accepted through June 2nd, and we hope to bring a list of projects recommended for approval to the TPB in September or October. One more item that was not in the read ahead memo, and that is on June 16th, TPB staff will launch a public outreach campaign that intends to champion the TPB's aspirational initiatives. The TPB has adopted these aspirational initiatives. We have been promoting, and the member jurisdictions have been responding by providing project programs and policies for inclusion in our long-range plan. But we felt that one of the things that we could do is reach out, as Nancy Ablis just reported from the Community Advisory Committee meeting discussions, is to learn from our residents how a specific project that is related to any of the aspirational initiatives that has already been built, has made an impact on their life, or is currently underway, how they anticipate it to make improvements in their life. So technically, academically, we understand the values of aspirational initiatives. This initiative is to relate it to people's life. Is it really making a difference? Is it helping them improve their living? So that's the idea. That campaign will begin June 16. There will be more that we'll be able to report back to the board later this fall. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Kanti. Let's go through any questions. Can't remember where I started last time, so I'll just play favorites and go with District of Columbia first. I don't have any questions, but Kanti, I love the fact that you teased the bicycle map and that you've got to show up to one of the pit stops to pick it up. So great job of using a teaser for that. All right, Virginia. And Maryland. And, oh, sorry.
Hi, this is Earl Lewis.
Hey, Earl. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if it was going to be covered earlier, but we submitted a letter that we talked about at the pre-meeting, but MDOT has, working with Federal Highway, has identified a new recommended preferred alternative, alternative 9, phase 1 south, to include the same 2 new hot managed lanes in each direction, describing alternative 9 that's included within phase 1 south limits only. We have a presentation, a brief presentation we'd like to share with everyone who may not have been at the pre-meeting like yourself about the new recommended preferred alternative. Obviously, we've worked with a lot of the stakeholders in the region to come up with this, we believe, improved approach to moving forward. So I've got Karen Brookman, who's a member of the TRP team at MDOT State Highway, to give a brief PowerPoint, if that's possible.
Are you, sorry, Mr. Lewis, are you asking to do a brief PowerPoint right now?
Well, that was what Conti had talked about earlier. If he doesn't think that's necessary because we've covered this at the earlier meeting, I'd be fine, but I'd also just like to reference the letter.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. My hunch is that there's others I'm sure would love to see it. I'm just trying to think from a process standpoint, when's the right time? That's the only question I had.
Agenda item 10. Agenda item 10 is when the board will be receiving all of the comments that have been received. And the MDOT wrote a letter on Monday afternoon indicating that partially in response to the comments, they were making a change to a project that had been proposed for inclusion. So agenda item number 10 might be the best place to explain what that change is.
Does that work for you?
That works for me. Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that sounds all right. So we'll flag that for it when we get to item 10 to tack that on.
Thanks.
You got it. All right. Any other questions from Amada or any other agencies? All right. Thank you very much, Conti. Next, we will move to the item number 6, my own remarks. And I'll note that we're already 10 minutes ahead of schedule, so that's good news. So I'll try to keep it brief. So as Mr. Lewis had mentioned earlier this morning, there was a work session to review projects proposed to be included in the regional air quality conformity analysis that staff is scheduled to begin end of next month. A lot of us participated in that session. I was unable to make that session, but I appreciate folks stepping in and making sure that we had that important conversation. This was the second one following last month's session. I think that overall, it's been really helpful to have the additional time so that members can collectively discuss their views and questions on projects that will eventually become part of our long-range transportation plan. We have received a lot of information over the last 2 months, and later today on the agenda, we'll receive additional information, a summary, and the actual comments from the public that were received during the public comment period that ended earlier this month. I want to take a moment, though, to also call out our TPB staff for creating the additional time for questions, as well as the additional information about the projects. It is appreciated, and it took considerable staff time to do that, so I want to extend my thank you for that. That said, of course, I know that I know others still have some concerns about some of the impacts of a few particular projects that maybe don't have a great level of detail or supporting data and potentially expand road capacity and have a potential impact across the region. And I know that conversation will continue. And as we move forward to action next month, not only is there a lot of information that we've received with this round of update to our plan, but I think this board recognizes we're at a point in time where we actually have several policy priorities that have become more urgent than they perhaps were in the past. Equity, safety, climate change. In order to provide some of us or some time for each of us to be able to review all the information that we've received, as each of us decides which projects we feel meets the board's planning priorities. Again, as a reminder, we're not taking action this month. That is going to likely be next month. Now, I say the word likely, as Conti mentioned at the letter. We have requested a 6-month extension of the deadline for completing our update to long-range transportation plan so that we can incorporate more of our environmental analysis, equity analysis, the urgency of climate change into the decisions that are coming before us. And if we are granted that extension, then we will not have to act next month. We'll have time to consider those changes to the mix of projects and have the findings from other studies that are underway. If we do not get the extension, then we will have in front of us a decision point next month. So look forward to the hard work that is ahead and appreciate again TPB staff, both seen and unseen, that has gone into creating the additional time and analysis and information. So thank you. Next, we're going to move to our action items. Now, this one's going to be fast, so I have confidence. We're going to move to our other items quickly. So there's only one action item for today. Conti notified us about this item last month and provided us with the draft of an updated MOU Lynn's going to review the updated MOU, and then after that, I'll seek a motion, or I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution R18-2021, and then I'll look for a second. But before I get to that, first let me turn to Lynn for a quick briefing, and then I will make the motion. Lynn?
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen. So the Fredericksburg Area MPO, called FAMPO, and the TPB share the federally prescribed responsibilities for conducting the metropolitan transportation planning process for the Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia urbanized area, where FAMPO is responsible for the urbanized area portion of Stafford County, which is the part you see in blue here within the purple outline on the map. So they're just south of us. At our last federal certification review, USDOT asked us to update the agreement we currently operate under. It's called the 2004 TPB FAMPO MOU. So this agreement is administrative in nature, and this update provides clearer and up-to-date documentation for current practices and procedures that are already in place, and quite frankly, have been in place for some time. So more specifically, FAMPO has to do more federally prescribed planning activities for this area in blue than they would otherwise have to do for the rest of their planning area. And this MOU captures those activities. This MOU also reflects the latest federal regulations, including the performance-based planning and programming requirements, because you know, things have changed a little bit since 2004. So anyway, the FAMPO board approved this draft of the agreement on March 15th, 2021. Staff have been making periodic presentations to our technical committee as this draft has been developed. And last month, we shared the final draft with tech again and with you guys. So with that, staff recommends approval of Resolution R18-2021 to do two things. First, to approve the 2021 TPB FAMPO MOU. And second of all, to authorize Chair Allen to sign it. Happy to take questions, any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Lynn. So what I'll do is I'm going to make a motion and then ask for a second, and then we'll make sure we have time for discussion or questions before we then call for the vote. So with that, let me make a motion to adopt Resolution R18-2021. Is there a second?
Christian Dorsey, Arlington, second.
I heard Christian Dorsey first, and I heard Pam as well. So thank you. So we've got our grounds covered there. All right, that's it. Now let me turn to any discussion or questions. Let me just open it up, and then I'll move to vote after that. All right, and hearing none, then what I'm going to do is move to a vote, and we'll call the order by jurisdiction. So let me begin this time with WMATA and other agencies. Any nays or abstentions? Any nays or abstentions from Maryland? Nays or abstentions from Virginia? And nays or abstentions from the District of Columbia? All right, I hear no nays or abstentions, which means a unanimous vote in support. Lynn, do you concur?
Concur. Thank you so much.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. All right, next we're going to be moving to our information items. We're beginning with item number 9 on our agenda, which is the TPB Climate Change Mitigation Study of 2021. So again, we have 2 information items. They're both very important as we continue working on examining and updating the region's long-range transportation plan. I'm also very glad that about this item, since I've had to bump this, frankly, 2 months in a row. So we wanted to make sure that we got 2 at this time. So without further ado, let me turn to Mark Moran to introduce the topic and the staff that are working on this. Mark, can I turn to you?
Yes. Hi, how are you doing? So my name's Mark Moran. I'm the TPB Program Director for Travel Forecasting and Emissions Analysis, a position that I've held since April 2019. At the beginning of the year, TPB staff began the TPB Climate Change Mitigation Study of 2021. The goal of this study is to identify potential pathways for the region to reduce on-road transportation sector greenhouse gas emissions, or GHG emissions, to meet regional GHG reduction goals associated with 2030 and 2050. The study is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1, conducted by TPB staff, is a summary of major findings from past work done in this area by both TPB and COG. This is what we're presenting today. Phase 2 will be a technical analysis conducted by our Planning Services On-Call Consultant, ICF. Also, I'd like to present 2 of my colleagues, Dujan Vuxan. He is the manager of the Model Application Group here at COG. And this group is responsible for both mobile emissions analysis and the air quality conformity analysis. And then secondly, Aaron Morrow is our lead transportation engineer in climate change planning. Both Aaron and Dujon have over 10 years experience in the areas of mobile emissions modeling and climate change planning. Aaron was the lead author on the Phase 1 technical report, and I will turn it over to her to present our findings to you today. So Aaron.
Great, thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm presenting the major findings from past TPB and COG studies that analyze potential greenhouse gas reduction strategies for the on-road transportation sector. Next slide, please. The report in your packet provides more detail. These findings are helping to inform the technical analysis of the TPB's Climate Change Mitigation Study of 2021, which is underway. My presentation today is focused on the potential for policies, programs, and projects to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from on-road transportation. The studies we looked at are the TPB's What Would It Take scenario study, which asked how the region could achieve the newly adopted greenhouse gas reduction goals in the transportation sector, the multi-sector working group study, which was a collaboration between TPB, NWAC, and CEPC, and looked at greenhouse gas reduction strategies in the energy, built environment, land use, and transportation sectors. The TPB's Long Range Plan Task Force, which was not a climate change study, but examined initiatives that could potentially reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it provides relevant information for our current study. And in addition, I will briefly discuss the Metropolitan Washington 2030 Climate and Energy Action Plan that was developed by CEPC last year. Next slide, please. By now, you are all familiar with the region's greenhouse gas reduction goals. These goals are not sector specific. The next milestone is the newly adopted interim goal of reducing the region's emissions 50% below 2005 levels by 2030. Next slide, please. This chart shows projected greenhouse gas emissions for visualized 2045. Between 2019 and 2045, our region is projected to grow by 1.3 million more people, which is an increase of 23%, and 1 million more jobs, which is an increase of 20%. VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, is forecast to grow by 20% during this time. Despite that growth, greenhouse gas emissions are forecast to decrease by 16% between 2019 and 2045. And by 2045, greenhouse gas emissions are forecast to be 23% below 2005 levels. That decrease in emissions is largely due to improved fuel efficiency standards. But we do know that there is more that we can do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation in our region. Next slide, please. The 2030 Metropolitan Washington Climate and Energy Action Plan was developed by CEPC to establish priority collaborative actions for COG and its members to work on together over the next 10 years to help move the region towards meeting its air and climate goals. For on-road transportation, which makes up 34% of the region's greenhouse gas emissions, the action plan considers strategies to increase zero-emission vehicles and strategies which encourage mode shifts and changes in travel behavior. The action plan includes a 2030 scenario, which demonstrates the technical potential for our region to achieve the 2030 goal of 50% emissions reductions below 2005 levels. The scenario considered an electric vehicle adoption rate of more than 20% for light-duty cars and 9% for light-duty trucks. For reference, in 2016, gasoline hybrids and electric vehicles together account for only 3% of all light-duty vehicles in our region. The mode shift and travel behavior strategies are largely from the multi-sector working group study and include increasing transit, carpooling, and non-motorized travel, bringing jobs and housing closer together, and travel demand management. Next slide, please. So lots of numbers and colors on this slide. This chart illustrates the results of the scenario analysis conducted for the Climate and Energy Action Plan. The analysis shows that there is the technical potential for our region to achieve the 2030 goal. The line at the top represents the 2005 level of emissions. The second line is the past regional inventory and then the region's forecast with current policies. We need approximately 26 million metric tons to meet the 2030 goal. The scenario shows that with the actions studied, we could get 14 million metric tons of reduction from clean energy actions, 6 million from zero energy buildings, 3 million from zero emission vehicles, and 0.6 million from VMT reduction strategies. That, of course, is if the region takes actions, funds and implements projects and programs, and enacts the policies needed. It is important to note that these 7 categories of strategies comprise actions that some in our region are already taking. And what we see is that these actions will have to be significantly scaled up and be implemented much more broadly across the region to achieve these reductions. Next slide, please. I'm now going to discuss the major findings from the What Would It Take multi-sector working group and long-range plan task force studies. So we generally group the policies, programs, and projects that we've studied into 3 categories of strategies, although I'll note there's definitely overlap between the categories. In general, we look at strategies that have the potential to reduce fossil fuels consumed by vehicles, reduce vehicle miles traveled or vehicle trips, and reduce inefficiencies in vehicle travel. Next slide, please. So the past studies were conducted over almost a 10-year period. Some of the analysis was conducted by TPB staff and some by consultants. The studies used the latest planning assumptions and analysis tools that were available at the time. Even with the differences in the studies, the overall findings were largely consistent. What we found is that it's difficult to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from on-road transportation in a growing region. There is not a single strategy or even category of strategies that alone will achieve the meaningful reductions necessary to meet our region's goals. We will need actions across all 3 categories and at all levels of government, local, state, and federal. On the next few slides, I will discuss our findings on the relative effectiveness of the 3 categories to reduce emissions from on-road transportation in our region. As I do so, there are a few things I'd like you to keep in mind. First, the effectiveness of a strategy is affected by the scale and time frame of its implementation. Benefits from multiple strategies are not always additive, and sometimes are counteractive. And lastly, but very importantly, equity implications would need to be considered for all strategies. Next slide, please. So the study showed that policies that reduce fossil fuels used by vehicles have the most potential for emissions reductions. This could come in the form of improved fuel efficiency standards or shifting away from fossil fuels, for example, towards electric vehicles. Vehicle strategies can take years to achieve their full emissions reduction potential because they require the vehicle fleet to turn over. Next slide, please. Next in effectiveness are policies and programs that reduce vehicle travel, especially single occupant vehicle travel. These strategies have considerable potential for reductions, but have not been implemented in the region at levels needed to achieve necessary greenhouse gas reductions. These strategies could be implemented in a shorter time frame than vehicle-related strategies, contributing to critical near-term greenhouse gas reductions. It is useful to note that many of these actions are typically not required to be part of the constrained element of the long-range transportation plan. Next slide, please. And finally, we have operational efficiency and new transportation projects. I won't spend much time on travel efficiency because our findings from the studies were mixed and our consultant will be reviewing that for the upcoming study. For new transportation projects, which includes projects in the constrained element of the long-range transportation plan, we found that even ambitious packages of projects have not shown a strong potential for greenhouse gas reductions. However, many of these transportation projects are important from an equity perspective, for economic development, and for their roles in making our region livable and highly competitive with other regions in the country. And every little bit of greenhouse gas emissions reductions does help. For example, greenhouse gas reductions from improving walking and biking to high capacity transit stations probably wouldn't show up in a regional level greenhouse gas analysis. Next slide, please. I'm now going to discuss examples from the multi-sector working group and long-range plan task force that will help illustrate the major findings I just shared. Next slide, please. From the multi-sector working group study, I'm going to only focus on the transportation and land use analysis. The Climate Energy Action Plan assumes some of these strategies analyzed to recommend for the 2030 goals. Next slide, please. The work of the multi-sector working group study was tied directly to the 2008 National Capital Region Climate Change Report and was completed before the 2030 goal had been adopted. So this study focused on 2045 and 2050 and started with a 2005 business as usual forecast. Would you click next, please? Then future on-road transportation emissions were forecast with the programs, policies, and projects that were put into place between 2005 and 2015, which was the baseline year for the study. Similar to visualized 2045 analysis I showed you earlier, emissions are decreasing largely due to improved fuel efficiency standards and are forecast to be 21% below 2005 levels by 2040. Yet by 2050, we lose some of these greenhouse gas reductions because the benefits of the fuel efficiency standards will no longer offset forecasted growth in travel. Could you click again, please? Thank you. The next three lines are the results of the new strategies that were analyzed as part of the multi-sector working group study. As I mentioned, there are many VMT reduction policies and programs that can be implemented relatively quickly, leading to the early reduction shown in 2020. As we move towards 2040 and 2050, we are seeing the benefits of the vehicle and fuel strategies. We are still seeing emissions reductions from VMT strategies, as this study has very ambitious strategies in 2050. I will describe those shortly. Click next, please. The working group's transportation strategies led to 19% and 30% reductions respectively in 2040 and 2050. Next, please. These additional actions, when combined with the current policies, show 40% and 47% reductions in on-road transportation from 2005 levels in 2040 and 2050 respectively. I'd like you to keep those numbers in mind. And click next, please. There is an increase due to the electricity consumption to charge electric vehicles. Our future energy sources will play a critical role in determining the net effectiveness of electric vehicles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Just go to the next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to go through the strategies that were analyzed in the multi-sector working group study that contributed to the 40% and 47% reductions from 2005 levels in 2040 and 2050. First, in the vehicles and fuel category, the study looked at increases in zero-emission vehicles, although I will note this is not as aggressive as the more recent 2030 Climate and Energy Action Plan. Next, please. So again, the findings for travel efficiency were mixed in our review of past studies. This particular study assumed fairly ambitious travel efficiency strategies. Next slide, please. And here are the strategies studied by the working group to reduce VMT. The first three listed were the ones that were also included in the analysis for the 2030 Climate and Energy Action Plan. So when you look at this list, you can see the study considered an ambitious set of strategies, including reallocating future job and household growth, both within a jurisdiction and across jurisdictions, transit subsidies, large reductions in transit fares, improved transit service, parking pricing, cordon pricing, and a VMT charge. There are other strategies that could have been considered as well, but every study has limitations on time and resources. Many of these actions are not projects, but rather policies and programs, and as such, they would not be listed as projects in the constrained element of the long-range plan. Many of these actions would require funding and revisions to local agency project plans. Next slide, please. The second example I want to share with you comes from the Long Range Plan Task Force study, which many of you may remember. The purpose of the study was to identify potential long-term improvements in the multimodal system performance outcomes of the Long Range Plan. This was not a climate change mitigation study, but the study provides relevant information on the topic. The technical analysis evaluated 10 alternative scenarios of land use and transportation projects, programs, and policies. Since it was not a study focused on greenhouse gas reductions, there were no vehicle or fuel strategies considered. The scenarios were compared to the Long Range Plan in 2040, which at the time was a 2016 CLRP. Next slide, please. This chart lists the different scenarios in descending order by the greenhouse gas reduction potential. The most effective were the amplified employer-based travel demand management and optimizing the regional land use balance. Next slide. I do not have time to discuss the assumptions for all the scenarios, but I do want to talk about two of the scenarios, the amplified travel demand management and the transit rail extension, so you can get an idea of the magnitude of the assumptions in this study. Next slide, please. The travel demand management studies included transit subsidies and parking cost increases, which could reflect actual parking costs or employer-provided parking cash out. This initiative included a telework rate of 20%. Given that about half of workers in the region may be classified as, quote, office workers, this equates to about a 40% share telecommute for jobs that may be conducive to telework, or on average, about 2 days of telework per week for those employees. This initiative reduces VMT by 6%, vehicle hours of delay by 24%, and greenhouse gases by 7% compared to the long-range plan. Next slide, please. The next example is transit rail extensions, as illustrated on this map. And if you go to the next slide, please. Here is the list of extensions examined. All Metro rail lines except for the Silver Line, the Purple Line, and the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit. In addition, land use was shifted to activity centers in the transit corridors. This initiative added 62 new stations, yet only decreased VMT by 1%, vehicle hours of delay by 3%, and greenhouse gas emissions by 1%. While it is difficult to reduce VMT, it seemed a little surprising to us that a project of this magnitude had a relatively small impact, given what we know about the importance of rail transit, and especially Metro Rail, to our region. Next slide, please. This brings us to the challenges of regional growth on mobility and emissions. Next slide, please. A sensitivity analysis was conducted as part of the Long-Range Plan Task Force study and looked at 3 scenarios. A scenario where no new projects were added to the plan between 2015 and 2040. A scenario with the projects in the constrained element of the long-range plan, which is called Plan Build here. And a scenario where money is no object, meaning all projects and local plans that are not in the constrained element were added to the plan. All of the scenarios assume the same land use, which was a 24% increase in population and a 36% increase in jobs between 2015 and 2040. What we are seeing on the bar chart is that the primary driver of VMT growth is land use. Under the no build, meaning population and employment increases, but no new projects were built in the region, there was a 19% increase in VMT. Under the plan build, which is TPB's long-range transportation plan, adding the 372 projects in the plan increased VMT by an additional 3%. Under the all build, which included all the unfunded projects identified by local jurisdictions, an additional 550 new projects were added and added only a 1% increase in VMT over the plan build. So what we can take away from this sensitivity test is that how we choose to accommodate future growth and the transportation options that we provide will greatly impact the VMT growth in our region. Next slide, please. So again, there is a report in your packet that discusses our findings from these past studies in more detail. To reiterate what I said earlier, our studies have found that it is challenging to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from on-road transportation in a growing region. We will need a wide range of strategies across all categories and actions and commitments at all levels of government. Next slide, please. The next phase of this work will be completed by a team led by our on-call consultant, ICF. ICF worked on the technical analysis of the multi-sector working group and the long-range plan task force. The first step will be a literature review that will look at state and local climate planning. ICF has worked on climate plans for Alexandria, Arlington, Fairfax, Montgomery County, City of Frederick, and Tacoma Park. ICF will also be looking at climate planning in other regions and any national policy developments that could impact climate planning in our region. They will use that information along with the findings I presented today to examine different pathways for greenhouse gas reductions in the on-road transportation sector, looking at combinations of strategies from 3 categories. The study is expected to be complete by the end of this calendar year. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mora. Mark, was there any other part of the presentation, or does this conclude the presentation and you want to turn to discussion and questions?
That's it. Time for any questions.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. We'll probably try to do this just by jurisdiction, I think, to work with you. There's a lot there, so everyone's absorbing a lot of it. Ms. Moore, if I could ask, one of the questions I had as I was reading through the slides, can you help us also understand again, as you look through your 2040 numbers and your 2050 numbers, and there was a, what I guess I meant, correct me if I'm wrong, not a reduced impact as we went from 2040 to 2050. One, I guess, did I read those slides correctly? That the actions and impacts would yield less of a net impact during that decade, and can you help us understand why? Or if I completely read that wrong, please correct me too.
Sure. Leo, could you please go back to slide 14? Are you asking about the current policies that we're forecasting as part of our long-range plan, or were you asking about the strategies examined by the multi-sector working group?
I think the slide you pulled up was exactly the one I was trying to understand.
Okay.
So should I read this as saying this is what will happen? This is what your estimation is based on our current policies, and that's when we see the decrease in effectiveness from 2040 to 2050?
Yeah, so I think what you're referring to is the third line on the chart. So that is the percent reductions from 2005 levels from our current policies. That is basically our constrained long range plan. And what we're showing between 2040 and 2045, and you can also see this on the visualized 2045 analysis chart that I showed earlier, is that there is an uptick in emissions after 2040. And that is because the fuel efficiency can no longer outpace the increase in travel demand due to the increase in population and employment after 2040.
All right, thank you. That helps me understand and wrap my head around that. And then when you laid out your possible policy recommendations, was essentially kind of talking through just a menu of options that we could think of either regionally or individually as jurisdictions, correct?
Yes. So yeah, I had 3 slides where I went through the different types of categories of strategies, and those are the types of strategies that we'll be pulling from for this upcoming scenario analysis.
Got it. Okay. And I don't know if you could flash forward to a couple of those slides. I know that in the district, for example, we've put in place a parking cash out policy, and then we've debated things like the providing a near universal monthly transit stipend, for example, different ways to either create mode shift or other things. Do you break down those recommendations by what that possible impact could be based on that, or were you looking at them collectively? I saw, for example, a carbon tax for coming in downtown, things like that.
Sure. Leo, could you go to slide 17, please? Thank you. So this is the list of the strategies to reduce vehicle miles traveled. So we do in the technical report for every bullet point is, well, not every bullet, some of them are combined, but our consultants, ICF, do have an appendix where they have the assumptions, how they did the modeling, and the breakdown for the individual strategies that were analyzed. So what I showed you in the table before, that's all of them added together, but we do, some of these are combined, but we do break them, or ICF did break them out in the technical report.
Okay. This is Kanti. If I could ask Leon to dwell on this slide a bit. I think each of those bullet points, it helps for us to understand what assumptions has already been tested when we presented those potential reduction that we can expect from these strategies. Many of these will not show up as projects in the CLRP. In fact, all of them will not. Most of them will not. But they are significant. For 2050, we took the official projections of job growth that each of your planning directors provided to TPB. And we said, we won't go back and ask them, but we will simply move those job growths from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction so that there can be a better balance between jobs and housing. That was one of the TPB aspirational initiatives. So whether it is practically doable or how challenging it will be, as you will know, because you've just completed a 5-year effort to update your comp plan. So we just assumed it. So we assumed that. And then we said 100% of the employers in our region will provide a minimum of $80 transit subsidy to every employee. How do we make it happen? We didn't worry about it. We didn't worry about implementing any of these things. But this is the range of, and then we said every parking in the region will be priced. On top of it, we assumed there will be cordon pricing in our region. If you wanted to come into the regional core, you would have to pay $5. And we assumed a VMT tax will be in place, 10 cents per every mile traveled. All of these are policy actions that won't show up as a project, but we assumed all of these things. And the results that you saw on slide 11 is what the modeling said you can expect. And all of this were intended to reduce VMT.
Thanks, Conti. Let me turn to see if there were any other questions from the District of Columbia, and then I'll move around to other jurisdictions. All right, let me turn to Virginia. Any questions or discussion from Virginia?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Manassas Park. Was there any consideration given to the impact of a VMT tax and a carbon tax on low-wage workers and on vulnerable communities, people who cannot live in certain locations, people who have to live out, cannot live near transit where it's expensive? Was there any consideration given to that before it was placed on here?
So that is from the multi-sector working group study, and no, not in that study, but yes, that will be addressed in the study that we are undertaking this year.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I saw the hand before.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Loudoun County is getting expressions of interest to put in solar arrays in a rural area. I don't know the answer, and the board has not investigated it yet, of whether that is if it is beneficial to have solar arrays close to where we have hopefully a growing number of electric vehicles. On the other hand, it's a regional grid, a multi-state grid, so maybe it doesn't matter where these are located. But in talks with VDOT, a VDOT engineer after one of our meetings, I asked the question, do we risk with, say, coal-fired power plants providing energy for electric vehicles, do we risk having more pollution rather than less? And his position on behalf of VDOT is no. It is better to have electric vehicles, even if the electricity they use is coal-fired, than otherwise. So, are we looking at that location of energy sources relative to how many electric vehicles we can get on the roads, or is that beyond our scope? And that's my question.
That is a great question, and I am not an expert in the energy sector. That's handled by my colleagues in COG's Department of Environmental Programs, and I think that that's something that would fall under the purview of COG's Climate and Energy and Environment Policy Committee. The other thing I can note is that we will be considering the energy sector and the power that the power that it takes to charge electric vehicles. So that will be addressed in this study, but I don't know at this time what kind of energy mix we're going to be looking at.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, if I could add on slide 14, at the very bottom, when we did the analysis in 2017, while we calculated the potential reduction in greenhouse gases from converting a percentage of our fleet to electric vehicles as a negative, we showed that greenhouse gases would reduce. At the bottom of the table on slide 14, we added some emissions back because we tried to account for increased consumption of electricity to charge all of those vehicles. So we did not at that time determine what if the source of that additional electricity was renewable versus coal versus natural gas, that sort of thing. But we said if the current sources remain steady, the increased number of electric vehicles would consume additional electricity, and that would add back some greenhouse gases. So the net was reduced with that. So we have tried to capture that, but I'll be happy to bring COG's environmental department staff who are working on energy sector for a detailed presentation if there's an interest.
Thank you.
Thanks, Conti. Next, I saw Matt Letourneau's hand up, so let me turn to Matt.
Thanks. Just more a question for staff. So what assumptions are we making about light and heavy duty vehicle standards going forward, fuel economy standards? I know that's likely to be another round of tightening going on. But as we get further away from now, 2030, 2040, 2050, how do you really model that and figure that out? And obviously that would have a significant impact, I think, on the mix of vehicles, how EVs get adopted, all those kinds of things. So what was the planning and what are the assumptions based on that?
I don't know if the assumptions have been decided on yet. That is something our consultants are doing a very extensive literature review, and that includes national policies. So they'll be looking at that, and then a decision will be made on what to how to account for the heavy duty vehicles.
So
and light.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That's for the new study. In the study, again, going back to slide 14 where you saw the numbers, back then we assumed what was the federal standard in terms of CAFE, the fuel efficiency, both for light duty vehicles and heavy duty trucks. One of the recent rollbacks, if you will, has been what was on the federal books was light duty vehicles going to 54.5 miles per gallon. That was rolled back by the previous administration. So in our past analysis had assumed something like that would be in place. So if that doesn't happen, then some of these reductions that you see here will have to be scaled back. Right now, it's not 54.5, it's been scaled back.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Let's see, Ms. Wheeler, I see your hand up. I think I see a couple of Maryland colleagues' hands up as well, which we'll turn to in just a second. Because we're still in Virginia right now, but Ms. Wheeler, let me turn to you.
Great. Just a sort of a quick question. I was glad to see that this wasn't all about vehicle miles traveled, because it's not a neutral arbiter of how we evaluate things. It's coming from someone who's in an outer jurisdiction that is still growing and that doesn't have access to a lot of mass transit. I really appreciate the fact that that's not going to be an arbiter of evaluating things. I do want to ask, because we are going to have more vehicle miles traveled outside in the further jurisdictions, and because we don't have mass transit, is there any thought to having more electrical infrastructure put in further out? Because obviously that actually gives you more of a bang for a buck as opposed to people who have other options. Just sort of throwing that out there.
That's a very good point. And we heard earlier in the work session a little bit about what Virginia is doing, some of it with the Volkswagen settlement money. So the infrastructure is really a key in electric vehicle adoption.
Also, Ms. Wheeler, in my other role, I work with the Climate Energy Environment Policy Committee for COG, and Mr. Snyder is aware of some of these ongoing discussions. with the CPC Climate Energy Action Plan, there has been a focus this year on trying to help the member jurisdictions and the states and the region collectively to help implement some of these strategies. So as part of that, a couple of jurisdictions have approached us to look at the gaps in energy infrastructure, particularly for electric vehicles. So one of the jurisdictions has even said that we will provide you some money if you want to do this study for us. So I am trying to reach out to other member jurisdictions and say, rather than each one of you doing your own study, can we pool the money and can we do a regional gap analysis that can identify at an individual jurisdiction level what the opportunities are and where the gaps are for EV infrastructure. The American Jobs Plan proposed by President Biden has a total, it's not all for electric vehicles, but a total of $174 billion that has been proposed to build up energy infrastructure. Only a few billion is for electric vehicles, and here I am saying a billion's a few, but that's the magnitude of a proposal that's out there. So it's an excellent timing if the region wants to get together to identify where are the gaps and where are the opportune locations for us to either go after that funding or to put our own funding into that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Conti. I want to be cognizant of time. It's 1:20. We're trying to move to our next item at 1:30, but I see several hands up, so I'm going to try to keep moving. I'm going to do my best here with the hands I see. I did see, and maybe I'm moving slightly now to Maryland. I see Neil Harris's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking back at slide 6, I was struck by the magnitude of some of the bars and the opposite of magnitude, tiny magnitude of some of the other ones that we've been looking at. Clean energy is a big contributor to reduction in greenhouse gases. Mode shift has a very tiny amount here. And the question is it tiny because the potential for reduction is small, or because it's not effective compared to the rest of the items on the list?
That's a good question, Mr. Harris. There are a couple different things at play there. Some of them are counteractive. This analysis was looking at 2045, 2050. When we did the modeling, the fleet in 2045, 2050 would have been that much more fuel efficient with 54.5 miles per gallon, with additional emission restrictions in place, tier 3 vehicles, and not just on light duty vehicles, on heavy duty vehicles. Over the longer term, improvements in either fuel or vehicle technology tends to offset the gains that can be achieved by reducing travel. So that was one of the things. But in the immediate term, vehicle technology changes, fuel technology changes take some time. Turning over a fleet takes 10 to 15 years time. So what can be done in the immediate term, in the short term, are strategies where we can help change people's travel behavior. We can help change people's mode of travel. So that is where all of those have the greatest potential. And the last thing I will say is, unlike ozone precursors, which remain in the air for a day during summer day, the greenhouse gas pollutants, they remain in the air for 50 to 75 years. So we are today trying to solve pollutants that were emitted before I was born. So what we will be doing now is really going to take care of what might come in the future. So there is a very important role to play for all of these strategies. Again, the key takeaway is no one strategy can get us there. These goals, I have heard some people describe it as aspirational, but I would say these are very realistic and must-do goals. The goals are there. It's just that the actions that we need to take need to be scaled up, and they need to be implemented as expeditiously. None of these strategies are going to be easy implementing, and that's where you all come. You are the local decision makers. You know how difficult getting approval and getting funding and implementing this would be. So I think there is a role for more change and travel behavior as well.
Thanks, Conti. All right, we have to start our next item no later than 1:30. So I'm going to call 3 last people. If there's additional questions or comments, we absolutely can follow them up with Aaron and with TPB staff to make sure that we get those answers. But I see Earl Lewis, Casey Kostick, and then Sham. So I'm going to do those 3, and then we're going to move to our next item. So Mr. Lewis.
So thank you. Conti's comments were right on. Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, there are a lot of steps we're going to need to take to meet the aggressive goals that we're going to have related to climate change. I will say the state of Maryland has a renewable portfolio approach in the coming years that's fairly aggressive, so that a lot of the electricity, most of it that's going to be fueling ZEV vehicles, needs to come from renewables, so we can take the reductions in carbon emissions to the bottom line. I'd also say that any steps that we move forward with need to be thought through carefully, that they're equitable. I think Jeanette's comments were also relevant as a person of color that had to move to the outer suburbs because I couldn't afford the house in the suburbs in Baltimore. You know, I was one of those people affected by the various costs, so it needs to take that into account, because typically folks that are middle income and lower can't afford the very expensive housing costs in the suburbs in DC. With that being said, though, a lot of actions, some related to projects and some related to policies, are going to need to be taken. And I know that you covered 2015 in terms of the forecast for ZEVs and light duty vehicles and trucks, but I think there's going to be more aggressive standards in both those categories than what you have in your base plan. And I think the Scientific American article that came out yesterday, which covered the Washington Post, actually mentioned some of those items also that we all should take a look at. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Kostick.
Thank you. My question is a little more big picture in terms of what we can expect from the study itself. I know you pointed out that a number of these things are not necessarily things that we are implementing through the long range plan. And I'm curious what we can expect when we get the study, not just in terms of what has to happen to reach our goals, but if there will be recommendations on how we actually do that. Because I think there's some, in terms of implementing the policies on a regional level, it can be very difficult for one jurisdiction to take a really significant action if others aren't kind of moving in a similar direction. And I wonder if there might be some recommendations on how TPB or some other regional body could help coordinate some of that moving forward, not just in the long range plan, but also kind of on the policy side.
Yes, Ms. Kostick, thank you. That's a very good point. We have asked our consultants, as we go through this, they will be conducting a set of different scenarios. What can this region achieve through EV? What can it achieve through VMT reductions? What can it achieve through operational efficiencies, what have you? But they're also going to identify TDM strategies, pricing strategies, carbon pricing, fuel pricing, all of that. But we have asked them to also look at what are some of the strategies where some of them have been implemented, what strategies have they used to implement, and also to advise us what potential implementation strategies might we want to be thinking about. So we've asked them for that.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll return to Sham for the final comment or question on this one. I'll note, Conti and team, there are a couple of questions that got dropped in the chat. So I'm going to ask TPB staff to make sure you take note of those so we can get back with folks with answers. And then we're going to move to our next item. Sham?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a question primarily for my colleagues on the board as well as for staff. I'm looking at slide 6, and the facts in the table suggest that if we are going to reach some of our climate goals, we would arguably need to reach at a national level 90% penetration in EVs. And we're really not close to that at a national level. I don't have a local number. I think the national number is something like 0.5%. So we have a long way to go for EVs to make a dent. And I see here that you're using the 20% range for the out-year forecasts. All well and good. Does this body want to monitor some of these indices over the coming years to see whether we are actually on track? If we are assuming some level of electric vehicle penetration, we come back next year and we find out, that's actually not happening. It would help us, live up to if you're measuring it, you can manage it. Terrible. Just a question for for this group.
Mr. Allen, if I could, I think that's an excellent point Shah makes. Just FYI, within the TPB's committee structure, the Regional Public Transportation Subcommittee just 2 months ago completed a survey inventorying all of the transit agencies with regards to what % of their fleet today is electric and what their plans are for the future. And it was done primarily to understand changing or electrifying public transportation buses is not quite the same as doing a private vehicle. So there are very unique challenges of managing that fleet and the infrastructure needed. The cost alone for transit agencies is significant. So the idea was, let us begin to do that inventory, extending that inventory to the public sector vehicle fleet within our region is something that is doable, but extending that inventory to the general public is certainly doable. We can do some surveys. So that is a good idea that we can look into.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, Kanti. And again, I'll note for TPB staff, there were a couple of questions dropped in the chat. So if you can grab those and help us get answers back later. And again, Aaron and to team, thank you very much for this presentation. All right. Next, we're going to move to our last item on our agenda, but we know this is a healthy discussion as well. So this is our, sorry, Kanti?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to point out we skipped agenda item 8. That was the notice item you said we have to do it. So,
oh my gosh. All right. Thank you. I was so eager to keep moving. You're right. Can we then go backwards in time? Let's hit item number 8, which is going to be a very quick notice item. And then we'll move to item number 10.
And that would be Lynn Winchell-Mendy.
Winchell-Mendy, you're going to provide that for us?
Yep, I am going to provide that very quickly. So thank you. So I'm talking today about the Enhanced Mobility Program and our solicitation. This is our big solicitation we do every 2 years, not to be confused with the smaller other 2 solicitations we've done or will be doing this year for the stimulus money. So I'm going to refer you mainly to the one-pager that's in your packet, hoping that you can help us get the word out. And then I'm going to jump through a few slides on this. So the point of the program is to improve mobility for seniors and people with disabilities. It's to go above and beyond traditional public transit and ADA paratransit. And it's to fill the gaps and needs that those types of services are unable to meet for certain people. Next slide. So some important dates: pre-application conferences for the funding will start in June and continue through July of 2021. The solicitation itself will be open from July 1st to September 1st. We're looking at $6.3 million, and that's the federal portion. Match is required at either 50% for operating or 20% for mobility management or capital programs. Next slide. And who can apply? So nonprofit agencies, private providers, transit agencies, and local governments. The types of projects are things like vehicle procurement, volunteer driver programs, mobility management, educating people about what mobility options are available in their communities, transportation voucher programs. Next slide. So pre-application conferences are a requirement in order to apply, and this slide will show you, as well as the handout that you have, those dates and times for those conferences. We'll go through the eligibility requirements, the federal requirements, and through the application step by step. So those are coming up. First one June 3rd, and we'll continue through July 19th. All virtual this year. Next slide. Oops, sir. Can you go to slide 10, please? I'm out of order on my thing, sorry. So the selection committee will be made up of local representatives, national experts in aging and disability, and our AFA chair, Kanek Aguirre, will be heading that. And this whole process is through our Coordinated Human Service Transportation Plan. That's updated every 4 years. Next update will be 2022. The plan is to go to TPB for action and approval of the projects in November or December. We're trying to move this up a little bit because we we end up heading or bumping into a federal deadline for the funding. And then back to that map, I was out of order, so 9. So this is the map of the urbanized area. The projects have to benefit people in this area. And I wanted to point out that this differs slightly from the TPB service area. So just wanted to make sure if anyone had any questions about eligibility, that on the last slide is my contact information. Feel free to reach out with any questions that you have. And thank you for the time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Lynn. All right. So again, this was a notice item. My apologies, Lynn, for missing it earlier. I don't think there's any discussion or questions. I'll just do a very brief open call if there were any, and then we'll move on to our item number 10. All right. Not hearing any. Thank you. Now we will move to item number 10. This is the last item for today, I promise. Something I mentioned during my remarks and comments on the plan update that were received. Stacy Cook is going to briefly review the comment and interagency review process and the materials that were being provided that resulted from this activity. We also, Mr. Lewis, are tacking on a brief presentation that you're going to share. Maybe what I'll do is have Stacy walk us through her piece first, and then Mr. Lewis will turn to you for that brief PowerPoint to update on that project, and then we will move into any discussion. So Stacy, let me turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Allen. I'll aim to be brief in order to make sure that there's plenty of time for not only Mr. Lewis's presentation, but discussion. So what I'll be doing today, let's just go to the next slide. I'll provide a very brief review of the work session, and then that'll be followed by an update on our comment period. I'll share the purpose of this particular agenda item today, go over how we provided notice, the comments received by number and type, what's available in the comment period packet for you. So this is really a way to help you become familiar with the 180 or so pages that are in that packet, which we again know is a lot of information, but this information was collected for you to inform your decision making. So as far as the work session, I know many of you had the chance to attend it, and we appreciate your participation today and the discussion that was had. During the work session, Director Sakant provided an overview of the materials that were available. Those are posted on the same TPB meeting page that we have for today's meeting under work session. So that includes the agenda, but more importantly, the regional policy documentation that all of our 50+ technical staff throughout the region that serve your agencies pulled together on the 400 or so projects. And so there's an overview memo of how to use that information, how to find what you're looking for, how we summarized it to make it accessible. And then there's a series of appendices. There's a link to a web page that you can access where you can find what you're looking for by geography, such as Arlington County. There's a packet for those projects in that county. So during the work session, we picked up where we left off last month, starting with a discussion of MDOT projects, and Deputy Secretary Earl Lewis provided an update on the TRP, which he'll share with you this afternoon. There was a good discussion on that, followed by discussion on projects in Virginia. Ms. Maria Sinner and Mr. Norm Whitaker provided some information that was a follow-up to questions asked about VMT, GHG, and air quality, and other environmental planning in Virginia. And so they provided a few slides as an overview to respond to those questions. There was limited discussion on projects in Virginia. Then we turned to the District of Columbia, where Ms. Leslie Rupert, representing DDOT, provided an overview of their program. There were no questions for Ms. Rupert, and there are no other questions on other projects in the region. So we did finish early. And so we will provide a summary of this work session at the next meeting in a memo format for you. But all of those materials that I referenced, I do encourage you to take a look at to help answer questions you might have about individual projects, because the questions in the technical input solicitation, those policy questions, have been responded for all of the projects, the capital projects in the plan. So not future studies and things like that, but those actual capital projects that would be represented in the technical input to the air quality conformity analysis, which we'll be asking you to approve so that we can move forward with analysis potentially in June. So moving on with that, let's go to the next slide. the real reason I'm coming to you today is to provide for you an overview of the materials that we've made available and some background on our process. But what I want to put out for you is what we want to know from you, what I'll ask you and encourage you to think about at the end of this presentation is if there's any more information you might need after you've reviewed the comment period materials and the regional policy documentation. The next week or so, if there's something you need on a particular project, reach out to me or Director Sakamp. If you have questions, we'll do our best to work with technical agencies to respond to your questions with information as is available. So this comment period process is not federally required. It's more of a historical tradition of TPB in order to collect information that you can use to inform your decision making on that when we ask for your approval of the inputs. So that it's also obviously an important opportunity to engage with the public and hear from them, as well as organizations in the region and anyone that wishes to offer comment. A third purpose of it is to provide our technical agencies one more chance to take a look at the 41 pages of the conformity tables that we use as the inputs to the analysis. It's an opportunity for them to provide minor technical corrections. It's not an opportunity for them to put in big new projects. We would have an additional comment period if that were the case, but minor adjustments. And so I'll share a bit of information with you about that. Most importantly, as I believe has been noted earlier today, we have added an extra month to our schedule so that we are not sharing this information today about the comments and then 5 minutes later asking for your approval. So you have an extra month to read and consider the information and a week or so to follow up if you want additional information on any particular project. Next slide, please. So the way in which we provided notice is consistent with the actual federally required comment period notices. So we provided notice of this comment period through our email distribution list, on social media, via TPB News. We posted it in several different newspapers. And we also brought information to our committees, both technical and advisory, about this comment period to encourage participation and awareness of their opportunity to comment as well. The materials and comment form were all made available on our traditional TPB comment page, and it was conducted from April 2nd through May 3rd. Next slide, please. So there were 4 different platforms that we provided for comment. It's actually an expansion from what we've done in our most recent comment periods. One option is to send an email to TPB comment at MWCOG, and we received 163 comments via email. We could write to the chair at the actual physical address via UPS, snail mail. We did not receive any comments in that fashion. There was also an online form at TPB comment where people could fill out a form directly on that page. 65 comments were received in that fashion. And this year also, in order to make sure that we were providing opportunities for people to leave a comment by voice if they didn't have internet access, for example, we did have a comment line, so it could be reached by phone, and an individual could choose to leave a voicemail up to 3 minutes. And there was one person that took advantage of that option. Next slide, please. So that was 206 comments in total, including a series of letters that we received from organizations and individuals. And so what is in the packet? We have a fairly hefty packet for you. And that starts out with a memorandum that summarizes some of the information I just shared with you as far as process. And that also summarizes what we heard. We know that this is a lot of information and you're very busy people. So as a courtesy, we take that information, summarize it in themes. We take some of those comments and ask for, especially on specific projects from members of the public, and provide opportunities for our agencies to respond to those with either acknowledgements or clarifications or more information. And so that's what you'll find in the comment summary memorandum. And I'm going to walk you through a bit more of information on that, but it's to help you get to the gist before having to go through 206 comments. Also in the packet is a summary from our last work session, as that was an opportunity for you, our board members, to comment. And also, as I mentioned, through the interagency review aspect of our comment period, we did receive some technical updates, and the updated conformity analysis tables are included in that packet. So you're probably wondering, what did we get in our comments? And I'll walk through that next. You can slice and dice comments and refer to their numbers in different ways, but we would say we received more than 180 or so that were pretty general in their themes, and about 20 from the public that focused more on project-specific projects that interested them, that might be in their neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is where I'll just break down the themes of those general comments that we heard. As I mentioned, there was approximately 180 or so. The themes included, I'm actually going to walk through these more in the next slide, so why don't we go on for efficiency. The first theme was that the draft project list, so that conformity list, does not meet the region's climate goals. I'm not going to read you the examples, but we have chosen to include an example on the screen here, as well as in the comment summary, so that as we're summarizing these themes, we're providing you with an actual example of someone's real words, so you can get a sense of a tone, so that we're bringing those voices forward while not necessarily having you to immediately access all 206 comments. Next slide, please. We also heard general opposition to highway expansion and road widening, and concerns related to that relationship to sprawl. We received 24 comments to that end. Next slide, please. We heard about prioritizing investments in sustainable transportation options, and that included, walkable and mixed-use places, and we received 19 comments that really focused on sustainable transportation and wanting to invest in that. Next slide, please. Well, we heard a lot on climate and concerns about road widening and more sustainable transportation. We did also hear a different perspective that strategic road projects will bring balance to the plan and benefits during the post-pandemic. And so to take those into consideration as to the value that they add. So we've highlighted that as well and provided an example of a comment to that end. Next slide, please. We also heard about equity and climate change, understanding the relationship between some of the strategies that we're talking about and the challenges that that brings from an equity standpoint, knowing that not everyone has the option to necessarily implement every strategy that we might be considering. So there'll be an opportunity to read through those in order to get a sense of what people are saying in relationship to equity and climate change. We received about 5 comments on that point. Next slide, please. We received some comments from the public on specific projects, including those that are listed here. They were mostly in the 2s and 3s. We received 7 on the traffic relief plan and 2s and 3s on most of the other projects. Some were, and the nature of those comments differed from one to the other, but these are summarized in the comment summary. And we did, and these generally had acknowledgements either from the transportation agencies that are implementing them or from TPB, because our responses or acknowledgements are often simply just, we will share this information with our board, with our technical agencies, and that we appreciate them taking the time to comment. As this is not a hearing, there's not a formal response required to each comment. We did also receive a series of letters that had comments on projects, including one from the Coalition for Smart Growth that detailed recommendations for a whole series of projects as well, and that would be found in the letters. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that there's an interagency review opportunity so we can make sure our air quality conformity inputs for the analysis are correct. These are listed in the packet, and what is shown here is just an example of how you can see what's changed from the version that was posted in April. Highlights in pink. So if you're looking for what's changed in the conformity packet, look for the pink. I'm going to be finishing up my presentation and turning it over to Mr. Lewis, But I do want to note that any changes associated with the TRP have not yet been provided to us from a technical standpoint. It's been all new information, and we will be making updates to the air quality conformity tables. So you'll have a copy that reflects any technical changes to the traffic relief plan and the associated 270 and 495 projects. Next slide, please. So next steps, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, we really understand that we've provided you with a lot of materials, but that at the same time, you might have specific questions on specific projects. And if you look through here, look through our regional policy documentation that's been provided, and you do have a follow-up question, please do reach out to me, Director Sekanth. Take time to review these as you consider your actions, and we'll do our best to work with technical agencies to respond to any comments you have. So if you'd reach out to us within the next week or so, that would be very helpful. Next slide, please. That is my information, if you'd like to reach me.
Great, thank you, Stacy.
Yeah.
All right, in the interest of time, we're going to move quickly to Mr. Lewis to walk through the changes.
Thank you. Again, as I mentioned earlier today, MDOT and Federal Highway are coming with a new RPA, which is alternative 9. Basics of that is that there'll be no action at this time on I-495 east of the I-70 East Spur. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to adjust my speed a little bit with this presentation in consideration of time. Just want to thank you again for allowing MDOT the opportunity to present on the American Legion Bridge I-270 to I-70 relief plan, as well as the recent changes that Deputy Secretary Lewis just mentioned to the scope of the managed lane study, which is the first environmental study being conducted in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act under the plan. Next slide. So the American Legion, I'm sorry, can you go back one slide, please? The American Legion Bridge I-270 to I-70 relief plan includes the entirety of Phase 1. As denoted on the map, we have 2 different subsets, Phase 1 South and Phase 1 North. In purple is Phase 1 South. It is on the Capitol Beltway, starting in Virginia from the George Washington Memorial Parkway to Maryland 187. And then on I-270 from I-495 to I-370. It also includes the I-270 East Spur from Maryland 187 to I-270, and that is part of the managed lane study. And then within the orange is Phase 1 North, and it is I-270 from I-370 to I-70 in Frederick, and that is being conducted under a separate study that is in pre-NEPA planning activity. Next slide. So the draft environmental impact statement public comment period ended November 2020. And since January, MDOT SHA, as well as Federal Highway Administration, who was our lead federal agency, has continued to work with partner agencies as well as stakeholders in the public to address comments we received on the DEIS and to hear concerns and work towards resolution of critical study topics. We have held numerous office and field agency and stakeholder meetings, some of which, but not limited to the list that's on the slide. We have continued to hold Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act consulting parties meetings. We established an executive steering committee, continued our work with the economic work group. We established an environmental justice working group and reinitiated community meetings. Next slide. So as announced in January of this year, Alternative 9 was identified as the recommended preferred alternative. And this was based on the results of analyses in the draft environmental impact statement, as well as public comments that we received on the alternatives retained for detailed study. As I mentioned, over the last several months, we've had extensive collaboration with our partner agencies and stakeholders on Alternative 9 as the recommended preferred. MDOT SHA, as well as Federal Highway, is now aligning the managed lane study to be consistent with the phased delivery and phased permitting approach. So we have identified a new recommended preferred alternative. We are calling Alternative 9 Phase 1 South. It does include the same 2 new high occupancy toll managed lanes in each direction as described in Alternative 9. However, those improvements are now only within Phase 1 South. No action, no improvements will be included at this time on 495 east of the I-270 East Spur. Next slide. So the map graphically shows the recommended preferred alternative in the dark blue. Again, we are including the build improvements, so 2 high occupancy toll managed lanes in each direction, and outside of those limits, the no action alternative. Next slide. Again, this is graphically showing 2 high occupancy toll managed lanes in each direction on 495. And on I-270, we would be converting the existing high occupancy vehicle lane to hot lane and then adding 1 additional hot lane for a continuous 2 hot lane alternative on I-270. Next slide. And again, the no action on I-495 east of Maryland 187 all the way through to west of Maryland 5, which was the eastern terminus on 495 for the managed lane study. Next slide. So I'm going to take the next few slides just to talk through some key points related to this new recommended preferred alternative. Again, as mentioned, it better aligns with the phased delivery approach. It focuses the build improvements only within Phase 1 South, which is the biggest traffic choke point in the region near the American Legion Bridge, but also the area that has the broadest regional support. It does not include improvements to the remaining parts of 495 within the scope of the managed lane study. And this does not mean those improvements are not needed, only that if the new recommended preferred is ultimately selected at the conclusion of our study, then consideration of improvements in those remaining parts could advance separately, of course, subject to additional environmental studies, analysis, and coordination collaboration with public stakeholders and agencies. The new recommended preferred alternative avoids all residential and commercial property displacements. It avoids significant National Park Service resource impacts along the east side of 495 and avoids approximately 22 acres of Maryland National Park land, including Rock Creek Park. MDOT, SHA, as well as Federal Highway feel that this new RPA is responsive to and addresses the many comments that we heard from the public and some of our partner agencies through the draft environmental impact statement. And it gives us the ability to continue to work through issues raised outside of Phase 1 South. Next slide. The new RPA, as I mentioned, does include replacing the American Legion Bridge. Of course, this is part of a bi-state effort to improve mobility, and it will provide a seamless regional system of managed lanes by connecting to Virginia. Waiting to replace the ALB is not an option. The state does not have funds available for this type of work. The bridge deck is nearing the end of its lifespan. It is close to 60 years of age and will ultimately need to be replaced. The transit, bicycle, pedestrian, and environmental commitments and enhancements that were made when we announced Alternative 9 in January, which are above and beyond mitigation, will remain, and we will develop those commitments and enhancements in further coordination with our partner agencies. The recommended preferred alternative provides options for travel. It reduces reliance on single occupancy vehicles and keeps the existing general purpose lanes free. It permits buses, carpool, vanpool, and personal vehicles with 3 or more passengers to travel for free, faster, and more reliably within the high occupancy toll lanes, again, free of charge any time of the day. Because of this new information, Federal Highway and MDOT are required to complete a supplemental draft environmental impact statement. This supplemental DEIS will be of limited scope. It will just focus on new information relative to the new recommended preferred alternative. And we intend to publish this SDEIS in September. Next slide. So related to the conformity determination, the revisions to the project submissions for inclusion in the air quality conformity analysis that were sent in February remain unchanged, in that we continue to change what previously was noted as express toll lanes to high occupancy toll lanes. However, because of the new RPA, there are additional changes. The phases that are on I-495 east of Maryland 187 to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge are going to change from construction to study status, which means they will not be included in the modeling effort. The remaining phase, which is really the subject of the build improvements within phase 1 and the recommended preferred alternative, will remain as construction and therefore will be included in the modeling effort. And the new estimated cost is approximately $6 billion. Next slide. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll be honest, that was a little bit longer than I expected. So we need to move as quickly as we can into questions and discussion here. I do want to make one quick caveat, and that is if there are technical questions people have about very specific projects, this is not really the place to go start pulling apart separate projects from a technical aspect. We can, of course, work with TPB to make sure that we have staff a bit from our various DOTs to be available to help answer those questions. That said, I'm going to try to move my way as quickly as I can to respect everyone's time here. So in my alternating universe of orders, let me switch and go now to WMATA and agencies, and then Maryland, Virginia, and then end with DC. So WMATA and other agencies. All right, let me turn to Maryland, and I see a few hands from Maryland. I think I saw Ms. Newton, your hand go first. I saw Mr. Glass. So why don't we try there?
I think I saw Councilmember Glasses first, so please go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Glass?
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Allen. I appreciate the presentation, and this presentation following the one that we just had, or two presentations ago, if I'm following the bouncing ball, the climate change mitigation study and how we try to wrap our mind around the climate mitigation study as we are looking at Visualize 2045. And as presented, Visualize 2045, I think the plan assumes significant highway expansion and projects, as we were just shared by MDOT, not only in Maryland, but throughout the region. And I have concerns about how those projects allow us to meet our climate goals, right? As we would increase miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. And in Ms. Cook's presentation a few minutes ago, the constant theme about that was how Visualize 2045 supports our climate change mitigation strategy. And as we, as a board, really start having this conversation, which we'll engage in over the next few months, I think that we need an alternative package for consideration that does not assume that all the significant highway projects will come to fruition, so that as we have this conversation, we can be more informed about what the final Visualize 2045 plan next year actually would mean. One of the possible scenarios could be instead look at how more robust transit services coupled with commuter rail and bus rapid transit, how those types of projects would meet our mobility needs and spur the increase without spurring the increases in vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. And so in an effort, and recognizing the time, in an effort to provide an even more robust conversation, I'd like to introduce a resolution for our June meeting, consideration at the June meeting, to direct TPB staff to create a model that would look at climate-friendly ideas and projects in parallel with modeling the transportation agency submissions and the technical inputs that we're talking about that are currently captured in Visualize 2045. And I've shared my idea with the chair and with Conti, so I defer to them now regarding the process moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Glass. I think what would be best is we can share that electronically with all the board members. And of course, your comments about it today provides notice to everyone about this. And so, Conti, if we can have TPB staff share that draft so that way people have a full month to take a look at it. Obviously, as the maker of the motion, eventually people can have a conversation with Mr. Glass if they want tweaks or questions around it along the way. But does that work for you, Mr. Glass?
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay,
That's
thanks.
a motion. I'm happy to second it.
It's not a motion right now. What Mr. Glass is going to do, he's putting it forward to us to make sure we're aware of it, and with the intention to make that motion essentially before our June meeting. But this way, both to all board members and the public, provides an opportunity for this potential action. All right, Ms. Newton, were you going to speak to the same thing, or did you want to?
No, and I'll be very brief, and I apologize for the time. It's unfortunate that this is so important, but yet we're out of time. I ask everyone to please note that this is a completely different plan and therefore should not be included. I'm thrilled that 495 is off for now. Please note that they did say that that would need to be covered later in a future plan, but 270 from Frederick to the bridge is completely different than the plan that's done before. Many questions arise. What's the toll? Talks about CAC earlier, about equity. Ms. Wheeler brought up that different strategies are needed for different areas. I completely agree with that. There are places that roads are the only answer, but putting a toll road, HOT, by the way, not HOV, we're losing a lane that is free most of the day to 2 HOT lanes. This is a completely different plan. And the other thing I'll say is one of the slides showed that this has been vetted with the city of Rockville. I just talked to our director of transportation. They've not seen this new plan. So thank you all for your time, and I look forward to a bigger discussion next month.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Newton. Very important. Appreciate that. Just in the interest of equitable time here, I saw Ms. Kostick's hand, but I also saw Ms. Rochelle's hand. I don't want to leave Virginia out of time. So if I can, I'm going to turn to Ms. Rochelle, and then Ms. Kostick can come back to you.
I'm sorry, did you call on me? I have a hearing problem.
Yes,
Okay.
Ms. Rochelle, I want to turn to you just so we don't run out of time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I want to first thank all staff for all the information they provided today. And I think it's important. I want to call something out for the benefit of the public that I believe is very important as a cautionary tale, as it were. Some of the information that has been sent out to some TPB members, not all, but some, has been sent out by special interest, and that information is problematic. The information, for example, the resolution, from special interest has inconsistencies and omissions. You know, when they ignore data, they ignore industry professionals. When they use only vehicle miles traveled, that's not appropriate to accurately evaluate GHG emissions. You know, they've also ignored that improving road conditions for efficiency gives greenhouse gas reduction benefits. So I think that part of what's driving special interest is flawed reasoning. You know, I have heard those who want to take away funding for road enhancements because of increased telework and less road use. But if you follow that line of reasoning, then we should be reducing funding for transit if ridership falls off a cliff. And of course, we're not going to do that because we're all about multimodal. So I encourage everyone to think about this very carefully. There is no substitute for good decision-making based upon accurate data. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I certainly think that maybe a preview of our conversation next month, but I do not want to see any disparagement of other people's motions and what they're trying to propose and put forward. Ms. Kostick, let me turn
to do that. That was not my intention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rochelle.
Thank you, and I see Mr. Snyder.
I also sorry, Ms. Kostick, I just want to note I saw Mr. Snyder's hand go up too, so I'll turn to Mr. Snyder right after you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Snyder can go ahead. I just put my question into the chat.
Okay.
If we could just get some follow-up information on the telecommute data being utilized, that would be great. And thank you, Mr. Glass, also for your proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Kostick. Mr. Snyder.
Sure. Thank you very much. So this is an interesting motion. From my view, I want to be outcomes based. I want to encourage and support economic growth in the region and deal with equity, but I don't want to vote for a plan that admits that we may pursue some of those objectives and not all of them, namely the climate change issues. We've set goals. Either we're serious about meeting them or we're not. I think we are. We should be. And so for me, this constant dichotomy of one or the other is not what I'm looking to do. And I don't want to vote on one or the other. next month. I want to see what we can do from a process standpoint to bring these two things together more constructively than has been the case in the past. So a motion like this makes sense to me as certainly a way to try to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. I will say that I feel like we certainly have a lot of work that we're going to be doing over the next month, perhaps in your inboxes. So I appreciate that and all the comments thus far, and Conti and team. We've got some work, but I'm going to ask all of our board members to keep an eye out for your inbox, because it sounds like we're going to probably have a lot of answers to questions, discussion, comments between now and the next meeting to get some of this work done virtually over email before we meet again virtually in this platform. All right, I don't see any other hands that are up. We're a little after 2 o'clock, so I want to try to wrap us up. Is there any last burning business, or can I close this out? All right, I will take a moment of silence as the opportunity to do so. All right, I want to thank everybody for your time today, TPB staff as well. Thank you very much for the work. Again, we will have a lot to do between now and June 16th, but with that, we are now going to stand adjourned. Our next meeting is scheduled for June 16th, 2021. And be well, be safe, and look forward to seeing you all very soon. Thanks, everyone.
Take care, Charles.